Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, non-binaries, and everybody else under the rainbow of our wonderful community. How are you doing tonight? Natsukusa, I heard that. I heard the notification when I was prepping stuff. Thank you so much for the 13 months, my friend. Here is your scythe. You support me here and on Patreon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Pachi Zookeeper. Is it Paki or Pachi? Either way, good evening. How are you, my friend? Welcome, welcome. What was already failing? Don't tell me the stream was failing when it was a blank, like just a single, just a one frame thing. Buddy, internet, work with me. Okay? I believe in you. I believe in me. I believe in you. I believe we can do this together. Cool. We'll see if that worked. Tomby, good evening, sir. You. Guys, how are you doing? How's the stream coming through? Because now I'm concerned. It's pixelated. It's back now, though. See, the pep talk worked. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. If live doesn't work, Twitch doesn't want to work, I'll just have the VOD up on YouTube, which will be in great condition, so... I am doing so good, Tomfy. Guys, today was a holiday in Japan, which means I didn't have to go to work, which means I have a 3-day weekend, and it was phenomenal. Let me tell you what I did today, because it was a great day of being productive and relaxing at the same time. So, first, I slept in until 10. That in itself is beautiful. Gift from the gods, honestly. I slept until 10. Then I got up and actually ate like a brunch, which was just toast, but I have like super fluffy bread and it's great. I love it. Had some toast, did the dishes, because my partner asked me last night, but I was too sleepy. So I was like, I'll do it tomorrow morning. And I did. I did it in the morning. Then I cleaned up my desk. I got some new things, some new fun goodies for Patreon people. So those came in and I was reorganizing that so it's super easy for me to get, because tomorrow I'm going to be working on that to give out some goodies to Patreon supporters. As always, thank you guys so much. And I cleaned up my desk and I organized that. Then I got out my wig that I'm working on for the cosplay that, again, Patreon members know about. I don't mean to be like pushing Patreon, but stuff is coming that only you guys are gonna see for like months in advance than other people, and I'm just really excited for you guys, and I'm excited that I can do this for you guys and all your support over these past few months. I did some major workings on that, and I'm planning tomorrow to do a mini relaxed photo shoot of like casual Caitlyn with my blue wig, and I'm going to test some makeup out to see if I like that look. That's why my fingernails are also blue, because I did it for that. And I'm also going to do a wig check on the wig I styled today. I did some major stuff to it, so I'm hoping it looks good like on me as well. And then this whole time I'm listening to Critical Role in the background, because Vox Machina has my heart in a death grip. And when I say Vox Machina, I mean literally Vexalia and Percy. They have my heart in like an iron grip right now. Speaking of that, if you haven't seen the animated Legends of Vox Machina, and you don't have the means to, you should go check out the Discord for next week, because something cool is gonna happen, and you guys should go look at the Discord. You should look at the little item, or not item, what is it called? Come here, you're here. event. I don't know why the fuck I said item. Event. So, if you guys want to if you guys want some information, you should go look at the Discord event. Just saying, putting that out there. Anyway, I'm listening to the actual, like, game in the background of the first campaign of Critical Role while I'm doing all of this. Took a shower to wash my hair, which is why it looks super cute right now and the curls are looking amazing. Then my partner is like, yo, you want to go get sushi? And I was like, yes, let's go get sushi. So then we went to go get sushi, and then after that I went shopping for stuff, for cosplaying stuff, because I got a new wig in yesterday for another cosplay. And then when I went shopping for that stuff, I was like, oh, yo, Tompy gave me some money to go buy a game. So I picked up Pokemon Arceus while I was out. And then I came home and got ready, did my makeup, put on fake lashes that look fucking phenomenal. Did y'all notice? I'm wearing fake lashes. And I'm so proud. And I'm so happy they look nice. So happy. And then I get to stream. That has been my day. And it has been beautiful. And it has been wonderful. And I've just been getting shit done. And doing it relaxingly. And just having nice things happen. But that has been my day. My Friday. I wish every Friday could be like this, honestly. Honestly. You were wondering about the fingernails, Natsukasa? Yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to be doing like a little like casual, super casual. I don't have a cosplay or anything for her. Like I don't have a costume. I have my like Piltover's Finest shirt and mask. But I think I actually might just do a black, like I might just use this shirt and yeah, just a super casual, just having fun, taking pictures kind of cosplay day. And I thought this would look cool. Like if I did it in the morning and I had a mug kind of thing. I did not stab my son. Oh my god. You're morbid. I would never stab my son. Actually, I did my nails so that we would match. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, sweetie. How are you? You having fun in the corner? Nobody puts baby in the corner, but Sable has a very nice view from the corner, so. Oh, heck yeah, hot shower. Oh, yeah. I can't word today, Tompy. Event. Thank you. Buying stuff is always good, especially when I'm so strict on my budget that I get to the point that I'm like, oh, I haven't spent anything. And then wonder why, like, I'm starving or I haven't had fun or, like, you know. But I did spend quite a bit of money today, so I get paid this week. I get paid on Friday. And I'm fine. I'll have money for that. I'll have money for the week and then some rollover to go into the cosplay that I'm getting done. But yeah, today it was just a really nice day of like getting stuff that I've been wanting for a while. Oh yeah, Natsukusa. I prefer physical copies of games. And like I prefer Steam over Game Pass, and people will always be like, "You're spending so much money." And I was like, "I know. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's just what I prefer. I don't know why. I just like, just, yeah." So when it comes to Switch games, I definitely prefer, tangible. I prefer the IRL. I did not stab my son! Pudgy! I'm so glad you got the stream working, but I did not stab my child! What the? See, y'all are setting a really bad example. Like, y'all... People come into the stream and start thinking the worst, okay? I did not stab my son. He's fine. He's right here. Mwah. I would kiss him for real, but I have makeup and I don't want to ruin him. Although I could be super evil and just go, like, he's my evil Sabo. Not a robot. Dawn, what is up? Dawn, congratulations on getting all your essays done, sweetie. I think you literally said the other day you need to get it finished, and I think you got 2 essays done in 2 days, sir. Sir. I'd be up for trading the Pokemon that need to be traded for the evolution. Oh, absolutely. Oh my god, yes, yes, yes. When I actually get to that point in the game, I'm just gonna go catch so many Pokemon. Fuck the plot. I'm just gonna go catch all the Pokemon. I'm so sorry to the people who created this game and the people who were, you know, like, we are the plot people. I don't give a fuck. I just want to go catch all the alpha Pokemon and all the cute Pokemon, and I've seen videos and screenshots of all the evolutions having like a little meeting, and I'm like, I want that. I want that for me. It must be nice. I'm trying to be like you, my boy. That's all I want. You can also, I don't know, sell the game after you beat it. No! See, I don't do that stuff. I'm just like, nah, I don't think I've ever, I'm pretty sure I have every game I've ever owned at my parents' house. I'm pretty sure I haven't sold anything. Well, 2 over 4 days, that's still a lot, Dawn, for a master's. Good on you. The new professor creeps me out. Is their name based on a tree? That's the only important part to me. I've watched some content, but it's more of like, I always get in when people are like catching Pokemon already, so I don't really get the plot stuff. I just get them when they're like exploring. So is the name a tree? Please say yes. You need to actually do the plot to get the full areas open. Lame. I didn't sign up for that shit. I didn't sign up for that. I didn't sign up for that. Oh, it's gonna be so cute though. If you didn't pick Cyndaquil as if you have this game and you picked any other starter other than Cyndaquil, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, we need to have a talk. We need to have an intervention. Like, I got maybe Oshawott, maybe, but Cyndaquil? Come on. Cyndaquil's an option. Why the fuck would you have anyone else? Sonorous! Oh my god! Oh, I'm going to fuck up your name completely. Ayo. Synstoria? Is it Synstoria? Guys! That is the creator, developer, producer, all the stuff for the game we're going to play tonight, the demo we're going to play tonight. I'm so happy you could stop by. Thank you. Welcome. Guys, I'm really excited to actually show you guys this game. You don't have to beat the game, just progress okay, so I can do literally the bare minimum and not care and still get all the Pokemon. I can do that. It was a rough week. Did our D&D conversations help at all? Because let me tell you, Draley is going through some stuff right now with you and Shawnee, okay? He's actually the first one to not be named after a tree. Fuck that. 0 out of 10 game. Never mind. I'm done. 0 out of 10. The professor's name is always a tree. I'm mad. The starters in the new game are, I believe that's Rowlet, the owl-looking Pokemon, Oshawott, it's Oshawott, and Cyndaquil. And again, if you didn't pick Cyndaquil, we're gonna have issues. I did pick Cyndaquil, but the good thing, you get the others later. Oh yeah, I've heard like you can catch them all, but who you start with is very fucking important. And Cyndaquil is again the only option. I am going to mess up your name so much, Sinstoria. Sinstoria. I kind of just want to say Storia, but that's very rude, I feel. Cyndaquil, Rowlet, and Oshawott. I was right. I loved them so much. It was so, oh my god, it's so much fun. It is so much fun. And then Celera has fucked it for everyone, but I don't want to give too much away on that. Celera has fucked it for literally everyone. I am so happy, you guys, not just because of today, but recently, like, you guys know I get hyper focused on things, but recently all of my hyper fixations have been continuing steadily, and I just kind of collect other things. So Kate Vi, I'm still on that kick. Hell of a Boss, I'm just waiting. I have, let me see if I can pull these. Not show you guys my address. Okay, well, this one has my address on both sides, but this one does not. So I'll show you this one. I have two of these that have signed things. I just poked myself in the eye. From Hell of a Boss. I also have the winter mug of Blitz and Stolas, which are the two characters I really love from Hell of a Boss. Like, I'm waiting for the new episode in order to open these on stream and then, like, you know, enjoy the new episode together. We got that. We've got Kate Vi. It's Shepard and Garrus. I think I read 3 fan fictions every night. And now we have added Percy and Vexalia with the rest of the Critical Role Vox Machina cast. But again, Percy and Vexalia, like, especially my heart, which has then encouraged my D&D stuff, which, I've got some things planned for some D&D content. Maybe not on my channel, but me playing in someone else's channel. Just gonna put that out there for you. So, I don't think I've had a dull moment in my life. It's like, I can sit down and be like, okay, I want this couple, I want this ship. People have shippings. I have a fleet at this point. A literal fleet. You could look out at the ocean of relationships and all you would see are all my shippings. It's amazing. But yes. Sorry, I went on that tangent, but I'm just very happy. Yeet. Why didn't they have the older ones Squirtle Squad? Although I would have picked Charmander. I saw someone on Twitter, I guess maybe they did it on their Twitch channel or it was a community thing, whatever. They did a competition between all the starters of every generation. I think Torterra won against motherfucking Charizard, and I was just like, what? Wait, what? I've got questions. First being, how drunk and or high were you all when you were voting? Just throwing that out there to have Torterra win. But Squirtle Squad. Mudkip all day, every day. Mudkip is great for, I believe Nuzlocke. I believe Mudkip is really good for Nuzlocke. There's a first for everything. What first this time? I went on a tangent, so what's the first this time? I thought that might be the case with how she was getting us out of there. They did a thing. It didn't work to how they planned it, but they're not giving up, is all I'm gonna say. They are not giving up. Spicy content? Spicy content? Not from me. The most spice y'all are gonna get from me is a sweatshirt. There's no spice going on. There's no spice. Have you seen my skin tone? I am white. There is no spice going on here. Whose channel are you playing in? Again, this is not for a while, guys. We're still just trying to get like timing and figuring out what characters and stuff we're gonna play. But we do have a group, and we're gonna be playing over probably on Ethan and Dragon's channel. So he already does D&D content over on his channel now. So I believe we're gonna be over there on his. Super excited. I love that, a fleet of ships. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna go back and clip that for me to like post later, because I thought that was really, that just came out of nowhere and that was good. Do you see the level of energy I have tonight? We are... Don't forget to calibrate your fleet. Look, I've already... There's a ship that's fully calibrated and being calibrated every second. You being right? Okay, first rude. Second... What the fuck? Oh, man. But no, I've just been... Work. IRL work has been super stressful. Yes, Wednesday and yesterday, I had like a really bad headache just because people annoying me, I'm getting stressed out, people stressing out, which makes me stressed out, and whatever. So to have today... And, excuse me, to have today work out so well and to have all of these things I've really been enjoying has just been really awesome. It's been really cool. You expect anything different from me? You know, sometimes I do, but then I'm reminded who you are, and then it's like, no, I really shouldn't. By the way, nice subtle product play. Subtle? Wait. Subtle? 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 It's almost like it's my icon or something. Subtle? But, so tonight, I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to play. I have a bunch of visual novels and romances on the docket. We were doing When the Night Comes, and I was going through those romances, but I don't know. It just, again, when you've had the best, everything else just seems, you know, subpar. So I'm kind of taking a little bit of a break from that, but I do at some point want to finish those romances and see the backgrounds and things like that from those characters that we didn't romance. But I also wanted to change it up a little bit, so we'll see. And Imperial Grace, I follow on Twitter, I'm on their email list and things like that, and it just looks amazing. It looks gorgeous. And then I started talking or emailing Senstoria, and they're awesome. I'm in their Discord for the game. People over there who love visual novels, like dating sims, things like that, like talking about it and get it. It's like it's kind of niche is what it is. Like visual novels and things like that are still kind of niche for gaming content as a whole. So going over there and talking to people who also really like visual novels and things like that has been really, really awesome and really, really just like, I guess, comforting in a way. So I wanted to do the demo, and then when the full game comes out, you know, any excuse for me to be an Empress is what that's really it. Any excuse for me to be an Empress and, you know, get with hot people is like topping my list, so... Never mind. That's like, is a subtle what? What is subtle? Okay, I'm gonna head for a bit, gonna jump into stream, but I'll pop my head in now and then. Oh, that's right! Have fun, Tomfu. Tell the boys I said hi. I'm gonna be an Empress, so. Have I checked out Paka Plus? What's Paka Plus? Should I be concerned? You fall in love with an alpaca? Wait, what? Chotomate, what? Paka Plus? This is some what is it? What was that bird one? Paka, oh my god, you do. It's an alpaca dating simulator. Japan, I just have some questions. I live here, but I just have some questions. Hi, Reaper from the Puppet. Are we friends again? We're friends again, right? Why not after pigeons and horses? Oh my god. They really said, how can we, like, you know, hit that line of not going, like, being romance, but, you know, not being, you know, like, you know, fucking actual, like, an animal. I just, oh god. Some things I will know. You know what? I'm a streamer, though. I don't know if I could say never. It'll be a long way down the road, okay? Senstoria, could you just continue making games so that I never have to play those and I can just play yours? Please? Please? Oh, that's it. Hatofu? What is it? Oh, what's the pigeon simulator? Yep, Hatofu boyfriend. It is. I remember seeing that as like a teenager and just being like, what the fuck? Was I a teenager then? Yeah, I was teen. Cool, thank god. Okay, yeah, I was a teenager. Full on into the romance, dating sims, and still seeing that and thinking, no. Tank girl date? What are you guys doing? If she wants this to be ongoing, then that's on her, but we all know we hate Boomer equally. I mean, yeah, we do. So I guess we're mutual friends in that. What is this? Tank girlfriend simulator? Oh my god. I'm scared. Oh my god. What? Oh my god. Wait, what is this screenshot? Oops, I guess we could chalk this one up to negligent discharge. Oh my god, what? Sorry I'm late today, I forgot my armored skirt. Wait, what? I knew a man once. He knew how to treat a tank girl. Okay. Okay. What? He literally jumped into Discord as I was about to say his name. Oh my god, these dating sims, man. You know what? Oh! No, please, no. There's no way this is a wait a second. Do I have it set up that I can show you guys? I think I can only show you guys YouTube. Wait a second. I don't know if this will work. Nah, it won't work. Fuck! Some of the screenshots. There's a tank with kawaii eyes and blushies on it. That cannot be real. There's no flipping way. No, okay, it's artwork. Okay, it's artwork that someone made of the game. Okay, thank God. I thought that was actually part of the game. I'm sorry for letting you know that exists. I swear it's real. The Russian tank girl is a yandere. I'm gonna have to get some of the most randomest. Although, I was gonna say, I need to get a list of like some of the most random dating sims and then have you guys vote on it, and I'll play like one run of it. But I will say, let me go into my library of dating sims. Where are you? Come here. I have Arcade Spirits, which I haven't looked at yet. I have Backstage Pass, which is you like flirt with people in the industry. A little too close to home. I have Dream Daddy. Dream Daddy's amazing though. This is the one that's probably the most random. I Love You, Colonel Sanders. A finger-licking good dating sim. I have one where you can date Colonel Sanders. Or you try. Because everyone else, you don't care about anyone else. Nobody cares about anyone else. We all care about Colonel Sanders, okay? Backstage Pass is awesome. I played it when it like first came out and I haven't revisited it. It's so good. Oh. The art is really, like, the art's really cute in that one. My expertise has never been more helpful. You can also date a deep... Wait, what? In Colonel Sanders or a different game? You can date a deep fryer. I feel like this should be alcohol. I feel like I should be on some kind of trip right now. Oh my god. The only bad thing that has happened today is that I realized after I went shopping that I did not have snacks for today. So, I'm very limited. I have like 3 pieces of dark chocolate and some cookies. But like 6 cookies. So, that is the only thing to happen to me, the bad thing to happen to me today. Okay. So, let me tell you guys a little bit about Imperial Grace. So this is from the Steam page, which here I did this, which I'm gonna start doing if I do like smaller games, like indie games, things like that, so that way you guys can go and wish list it if you like what I do here. Imperial Grace is a unique mix of romance, medieval intrigue, and strategy. Play as the new Empress of Khalija through a visual novel rife with ambition and deceit. Make choices that will change your fate and that of your nation. Rule wisely to make your empire prosper, and find love along the way. Which I think is really important, because I do... Excuse me. When the Night Comes it had a really good story. I feel like the romance was first and the story was second, but both were very, very solid and they gave time to each other. So when it was the story time, it was like you might get to like hold your crush's hand, but that was it. You are focused on the plot and the story. When it was romance time, it was like you get 20 minutes of full-on straight up romance. And that was great because it gave each their own focus. I'm really excited for this one because decision making, especially with political stuff, is really, really interesting to me. I hate when you play as leaders, things like that, of a dating sim or a visual novel, and it's like you can make only the decisions about your romance are the ones that count. You could be a shit queen or king or ruler, and the country is fine because you found true love. And I'm like, okay, Disney, calm the fuck down. So I'm really excited to see how that takes place in this game, is the decision makings. Can I get the romance, and can I make sure my kingdom, like, you know, survives? Because that's questionable with me as the ruler here. What? Why is not safe for work? Okay, that's allowed. What the hell? So this is just the demo. I don't know how far the demo goes. I don't know how long the demo is. But when the full game comes out, I'm really excited to see how that works. It wears a I do know the deep fryer. Isn't your best friend the one that's in love with the deep fryer? Or no, that's just the robot. Oh, I don't know. Not safe for work hand holding? Yeah, not safe for work hand holding. Let's see. Let's go through some more descriptions. Imperial Grace is a visual novel otome game focusing on politics and romance in an imaginary medieval world. You play as the new Empress of Collegia, who must rule her country despite the hardships and precariousness of her position. During your reign, you will face many difficult choices, which can dramatically change the future of Collegia as well as your own destiny. You may even find love in difficult times, but be careful. Love can equally help you overcome the perils you face and get in the way of your duty. Imperial Grace is an optional management feature if you wish to spice up the game and face even or ever more strategic and thornier choices. Oh, I don't know if I'd be prepared for that. It is quote-unquote mature, and the developers describe the content with depictions of death and murder, violence and blood, sex. Sex scenes are always consensual. They can also be turned off in the settings. I'm not gonna do that unless Twitch tells me I have to. And then also arranged marriage, sometimes consented by both parties, sometimes not. The game also contains allusion to the player, but the player never assists to such scenes, but it can be mentioned in dialogues, for example. So we're not going to be a part of it, but we would hear about it or hear situations of it. Include child death, rape, domestic abuse, torture, suicide, and incest. So it is mature. All the warnings are there, though. If any of that concerns you, if you're like, nope, that's out for me, I totally understand. I am not offended in any way, shape, or form, and I'm sure the developer is not offended in any way, shape, or form as well. That is why we put those out there. But let me just show you guys. Let me just show you. Look at this shit. Look at her. Look at this art. Do you see why I was just like, yes. Like, I know. Okay. I'm kind of embarrassed because, again, Senstoria is in my chat. But I'm still gonna say this. When I saw her, even though I know we're gonna be playing her, I was just like, Mommy, sorry. Mommy, what? Sorry. Sorry. I really was. So, it's actually pretty long. Streamer usually like 2 hours for doing it fully. Beautiful. That's perfect. I'll probably be streaming later than that. This is awesome. Okay. I like how Otome games are also getting popular too, Natsukusa. It still feels very niche, but I feel like, again, the more streamers play, the more people, like, put the word out there. Twitter especially. Otome games and visual novel developers and creators, put that stuff on Twitter. I went on a binge of, after I found Imperial Grace, I was like, nah, you know, we adding to this list. And I went on a binge of just following visual novels and Otome games that could be interesting. Back in my day, there was always demos. I'm glad they're back. I think, and Sensoria, please, like, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like visual novels, in a sense, kind of need to have a demo. Otome visual novel dating sims. You kind of have to have a bit of a demo, because one-shot looks can be really deceiving depending on, like, what the end game is. Also, if people play the demo, you can get a feel for what people like and what people don't like. But that is me as a consumer and player. That is what I think. So whenever there's a demo of something, I'm like, okay, I am more inclined to play this, even if I like the demo or not. I'll be honest. You're really actually interested in this game now? Fuck yeah! Again, go wishlist it. You can play the demo too. Or go wishlist it, please. It's going to be, I can just tell it's going to be awesome. They almost have one, like 95% of the time, since the writing is so important. You can't judge the writing without a demo. Yep. That's a very good point. Very good point. So, I was looking at it. I was looking at a few things. I didn't go into the game whatsoever, but I did go into the settings. Just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a look. Display, window, or full screen. Quick read, so read the text, unread text. They got fonts, they got English, they had French. They ask you this at the beginning of opening the demo. I, of course, went English because I do not speak French. You have your normal text speed, automatic, sound volume, music volume. I think that's something else. Volume. You have your erotic scenes, which you can skip them or you can have them. Transitions, and then colorblind mode, which I thought was really, really nice. And this replaces resources, colors with symbols, which I am not colorblind, but I decided to turn it on. That way, if anybody in the chat was, we could all enjoy the game together. So, guys, should I go, like, I don't know. Should I go, like, rule a kingdom or something? Should I just, like, go be Empress? I think I should. I'm gonna, I did not test it with my chat up, so. Chotomate. Stretch screen. Why are you doing that for? Can you go up, please? Oh, no, you're gonna do this? Okay. Okay. Sorry, we're gonna have a little bit of a gap on top and on bottom, but this is the only way I can look at the chat and play the game. Oh, let's go! Okay. So we're in a new game. This game is intended for a mature audience. It contains many themes that could offend the sensitivity of younger players. I always love the reminders. Like, not the reminders, but just the, are you sure you should be playing this? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. Spacebar works. Learn more about it. I already read it to you guys before. Some of it can be heavy stuff. Some of it's just mentioned. Some of it we're in. But let's just start. Oh my god. I'm not used to Renpi. I'm not used to it? I don't even know what this is. Okay. Renpi is a game engine that contains many useful features. Here's a little tour of those that will be the most relevant to you. Okay. With your mouse wheel, you can go back to the... Oh, cool! You can go back to the previous line, even after making a choice or when you're in gameplay menus, such as policies or petitions. Okay. Right-clicking allows you to leave menus or displays your save files during gameplay. Okay. Maxing out the text speed will instantly display each line without animation. I kind of like animation, so I'm going to keep it this way. I like this, but that's nice to have. The tab key activates, deactivates fast forwarding. Okay, don't touch that, because I'll click it by accident. The V key activates, deactivates automatic voice reading by a robot. Okay, let's see. I want to see how that works. I want to see how that comes out. That's all for Impy. This game goes a bit further than a classic visual novel, therefore, here are a few quick tips that can make your life easier. The game contains many options for your comfort. You can change the font, and switch into Colorblind Mode to tell apart the resources more easily. At the start of the game, you'll be asked to choose a specialty. Each specialty will allow you to unlock new scenes and advantageous choices during the game. At any moment, you can check your resources and your realm's state by clicking on the chest in the upper right corner. That's the part I'm very excited for. Stuff like that on top of trying to, get hot people's attentions. Hovering over a resource during a choice also displays how many you have available. As a reminder, this version is a demo. There are elements missing, such as CGs and diplomacy feature. Fair. I won't keep you any longer. Have fun. Can I just say, I'm really glad this was something in the beginning of the game. Because even though I've played a bunch of visual novels and otomes and dating sims, I click things by accident and I'm thrown to another part of the game. Because every visual novel, otome, dating sim is a little bit different in how they set things up. So this is actually really nice to have in order for new players as well who want to get into this to understand what's going on. Will I forget all of these buttons? Yes. But that's only on me. Okay, you'll need to manage your resources wisely. You will have infinite resources. I'm gonna regret this. Because I'm gonna be way too focused on the story. But I'm gonna do normal mode because I am looking forward to the resources. There's a character creator! Yes! Yes! Oh my god! Yes! Oh, fuck yes! Oh, okay, okay, game on! Oh, I was not expecting this! Fuck yeah! Okay, wait. Okay, slippers coming off, legs are crossed. Ahem. Let's go. Oh, okay. Wavy, curly. Oh, dreadlocks and a braid. Oh my, yes. Okay, we're going curly. I love that. Wait a second. Wait, my hair's not gonna work. My hair does not look good that side. But wait, no, fuck. Wait, no. Wait. This side. My hair doesn't part on this side. That's not the way my hair parts, but it's basically my hair. Fuck yes. Okay, I'm so happy right now. Okay. I'm so happy. I am light. Yeah, that's too dark for me. I am light. You could have different eye colors. Dark brown, all the way. Fun fact, this is my brother's eye color. This is mine. I have darker eyes than my brother. Lydia of... Oh my god, you can change your name? I swear, I didn't have low expectations of this game, but I wasn't expecting this. But we are gonna be Reaper. That's just who I am. That's gonna be very terrifying for my people. Long live Reaper? Hopefully I don't kill y'all. So then these are the specialties. Army, stewardship, diplomatic. I can talk. Faith. I want to go diplomatic. You know, use my charms to make everyone fall in love with me and also take over their countries. Do you want to pick the diplomatic path? You'll gain diplomatic and poison. Yes. Bonuses. Horel will be your tutelary god. I just suck at reading. Oh. Yeah, being able to back up is really nice. Also, I think it also auto-saves before you make choices. You can have different eye colors, right, Natsukusa? Sensoria, if you feel comfortable, if anyone has questions in my chat, you are more than welcome to answer them, or if you want to open it up for some questions to be asked, please feel free, because, yeah, I obviously am just playing for the first time, but if there's, yeah, maybe you can give some more info, kind of, you know, hype up the game, because I'm hyped. This is awesome. What the fuck? Oh my god. It looks just perfect in official letter. Don't mess with Reaper. I'm just imagining all the ways that I would end, like, letters. Just imagine kings and emperors and empresses just being like, if you don't do what we say, but, like, you know, threatening letters, and then just responding with, you know, like, the Reaper of Terranfell. Like, what? Oh my god, yes. Okay. Spent 30 minutes in character creation where there's 4 choices. Your Highness. A panicked voice resonated in my dream like an echo. A few moments before, I understood that it came from somewhere else and woke up with a jolt, disoriented. There's a petition with bunnies? The palpable feeling of urgency had immediately brought me to my senses, but it still took me a few seconds to recognize the advisor's voice, as well as the room I was in. Alden, what's going on? Your Highness, I bring terrible news. Your father was assassinated last night. Dun, dun, dun! Sorry. I was ready to hear just about anything. Managing crisis was an important part of royalty. Managing crisis was an important part of royalty after all, and yet I was completely stunned by the news. My father was dead at the hands of an assassin, just a few rooms away from me. Ooh, fuck! All the implications from this revelation bounced through my head, drenched in doubt and fear concerning my own security and the future of the realm of Caligula. Caligula. I'm going to mess that up. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I did everything I could to save him, but I was too late. Pulling myself out of my lethargy, I looked down on Alexander, who knelt next to the bed, his head bent low, as if the weight of his shame stopped him from getting up. Whatever went down, I knew he had nothing to be ashamed of. When I was just a child, I already admired his talents, and they grew steadfast with age and the position of general. His presence here was a relief. I didn't know the assassin's full intentions, but even if they were after me, as long as Alexander was by my side, I didn't have anything to worry about. Alexander, hi, are you, hi, General, hi. Don't put yourself down like this. You aren't responsible for what happened. We'll bring the regicide to justice. Still mortified, Alexander stayed on his knees, but nodded in approval, convinced by the strength of my voice. As for me, now that I had said it out loud, I felt that the information had settled in my mind, and I finally accepted it as truth, with a full understanding of the situation. My father, Magnus V, Emperor of Calidia, was dead. Many would have broken down after hearing such news, but for years now, I hadn't held an ounce of affection for him. His death was actually good news to me. It marked the beginning of a new era that I so desired, since I had learnt where my destiny lay. I was to succeed him. I was to become the Empress. Again, Empress Reaper has a very nice ring to it. But it wasn't yet time for celebration. Although I was the legitimate heir to the throne, I had plenty of distractors, and I still needed to figure out why the assassination had taken place. I had many questions about the killer's identity and motivations. So not only are we going to be trying to find love, keep my country afloat, but we're probably also going to be like trying to figure out who the fuck assassinated my dad and if they could be coming after me. I was lost in thought, and it took me a while to realize that Alden and Alexander were staring at me, worried, surely awaiting a reaction or a declaration from me. Both had known me since my early childhood. They knew the enmity. They knew the enmity I felt for the Emperor, and I trusted them enough to set all pretenses aside. But it was perhaps a bit inappropriate to rejoice over my future title while my father's dead corpse was still warm. Okay, look at the picture. She's like biting her lip. Like, that's a really nice small detail. And now she's back to normal. After taking a deep breath, I threw off my covers and got up, eyeing them. A lot is shown in those small pictures, and I was not expecting that either. Exult, pretend to be sad, stay neutral. Well, they already know I didn't love my dad. But again, being like super happy probably isn't the right path to go either. We just gonna stay neutral. The assassin could still be in the building. How are we gonna tell the townspeople in the morning? Not the townspeople, I'm Empress. How are we gonna tell the country in the morning? Let's just stay neutral, stay calm, stay cool, stay collected. Gloating seemed a tad indecent, but I could at least spare myself the pretense of being the grieving orphan that I would surely need to be in front of the court. What I feel isn't important. You don't have to worry about me. What matters most is our nation, and we all know that the sudden death of an emperor is a delicate situation. At the moment, the most important thing is to preserve the kingdom's stability. I'm counting on you to protect and serve me. This won't be an easy task, but I'm sure we can accomplish great things. This time, Alexander got up, putting his hand on his sheath in a dignified and military posture. At your service, Highness. May the four witness my oath. I solemnly swear that I will protect you until my dying breath. Emphatic, he bowed down before lifting his eyes up to me. Alexander, I could get used to that look. I could get used to. Yep, Back, Reaper. I smiled and accepted his allegiance with a certain poise, despite my unkempt hair and my nightgown. Marjorie, my tutor, often told me that everything about me showed nobility. I didn't need any props to act like an empress. Today, I understood what she had meant. Alden, however, didn't seem to share the general's fervor. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for tarnishing your enthusiasm, but there's a very delicate question I have to ask. Have you had your father killed? Whoa, broski! I was sleeping. And I've just been thrown into this night. I don't know if I don't think so. I can't say with a full conscience yes or no, to be fair. But rude. Also, if you thought I had the Emperor killed, wouldn't you have come in with more guards? His abrupt question threw me off, and I stared at him, wavering between surprise and indignation. How dare you even suggest such a possibility? You're going too far, advisor. Come on, don't be offended. You said it yourself. You've hated your father since the death of your brother. Oh, now I see why we hate him. Yeah, I get it. I get it. You've always held him responsible for it. And your father dies on the very day of your return to the palace? Look, if I was gonna kill him, I wouldn't even be in the palace. Like, that's just this... That's a noob move. Okay? As a Reaper, I know these things. Like, no. Whatever your answer is, I'll accept it. But I need to know. I felt anger rise within me at these words, and I walked to the window to breathe some fresh air. After I took a few deep inhales, I finally turned around to face him and gave him my answer in a firm voice. On the one hand, my presence here isn't a coincidence. The Emperor celebrates, or rather was about to celebrate, his birthday in 2 days. Half of the Empire's noblemen are here. It's undeniable that the event presented the perfect opportunity to strike. The palace is swarming with unknown guards and servants. It's much harder to provide security in these circumstances. Exactly. On the other hand, your suspicions are an insult to my intelligence, advisor. After a regicide, the heir is always suspected. If I had really wanted to speed up fate, you better believe I would have been smarter about it. Thank you. MC? Thinking the same as me. Yes! Reiki Rach, hello, welcome. Delicate question, doesn't ask delicately. Like, people really need to understand what words mean sometimes. Welcome, welcome. How are you, my friend? Marjorie taught me the rules of the game. I would never risk losing everything in such a foolish way. I know my ascension to the throne will already be difficult because I'm a woman. I'll state it plainly if it can relieve your doubts. But listen closely because I will not repeat myself. No, I did not have my father assassinated. My eyes trained on him, I crossed my arms, almost daring him to contradict me as I kept a lid on my fury. Alden seemed to gauge me for a moment, then nodded in assent and apology. Please forgive me, Your Grace. At nightfall, I'll alert the Master of Murmurs, and we'll launch an investigation to uncover the truth and bring justice to your father. I would have preferred more vivid regrets, but under the circumstances, this was enough, and I felt my anger slowly fade away. I accept your apology. Let's not speak of this again. There are more urgent things to do. The news will, no doubt, make quite a commotion. You've asked us to swear allegiance to you. I assume you will try to claim your rightful place as heir, Your Grace? Yes, I've always wanted to become Empress. In any case, I don't have a choice. I mean, I do want to... I'm just gonna read chat for a second. You're an Empress in the Soul Reaper. I need a crown. One of these days, I'm gonna buy a crown. I have enough wigs. I need to buy a crown next. I mean, if you actually did assassinate the king, who could technically stop you, right? Look, he was old, okay? Reiki Rach! Wait a second! You're... Reiki Rach, are you mom? Am I getting people confused? I think I'm getting people confused now. I'm good, just hanging out, cross-stitching, and needed something to listen to. Good to finally catch a chance to see you live. Thank you. My uncle used to cross-stitch. He taught me how. Wow, I haven't done that since I was a kid. It's so calming, though, is what I mean to say about it. It's Mom! Guys, Mom is in my chat. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I have so many awesome people in my chat tonight. Not Sakusa with the 13 months. We have Sensoria, creator of this game. We have Mom. We have Dawn. Damn. That's not okay, sorry. Fix something. That's not actually my mom. Reiki Rach is the wife of one of the Boomduck boys, and it's a joke that we call her Mom. Because one of the Boomduck boys is a stepdad. So, we call her Mom. She's not really my mom. Apologies, chat. Need to go eating, but I will watch the replay and maybe come back for the end. No problem, Sensoria. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really, really appreciate it, and I can't wait. I hope you enjoy the replay. You know what? Fuck it. I've always wanted to become Empress. I nodded vigorously and didn't skip a beat before answering. Yes, my father doesn't have a direct heir. I doubt the court will accept his bastards, and he hasn't remarried since my brother's death. I've been preparing for this role for a long time. The day simply came earlier than I had planned. There are many things I didn't agree with when my father ruled. Only time will tell, but I think I'll be a good Empress. I don't doubt that, Your Grace. In fact, I'm rather relieved to see you have already thought about it. Like you said, our country needs stability. We can't get away with a weak-willed monarch on the throne. I'm sure you'll be a wonderful Empress, Reaper. His words were barely a whisper, but I was sure of what I had heard, and I felt my cheeks redden a little. Okay, Alexander is a possibility. I'm putting that in. It's a possibility. He seemed embarrassed by his own boldness and blushed more violently than me, while I flashed him a smile to reassure him. It had been years since I had last heard him call me by my name. Even if I had no doubts about my own abilities, it was always refreshing to see the trust he gave me. I cleared my throat and regained my composure so I could give my orders. This would be a long night. Who else knows about the assassination for now? Alexander seemed surprised by my question and frowned a bit while searching his mind. When I found the body, I immediately went to warn the advisor, and both of us rushed to see you. The only ones who know about it are the guards who were patrolling with me and your father's personal maid who was passing by. We knew it would be bad to attract attention, so I had her discreetly sent to the dungeon for interrogation. How about the guards who were stationed before my father's door? Both are dead. I also had their corpses taken to the dungeon for examination. I paced the room, lost deep in thought. You've done well. Now we have to keep it all a secret. It's imperative that no one else hears about it. Your Majesty, this won't be an easy secret to keep. Obviously, we won't be able to do that forever. I only need a few days so I can stay ahead of my detractors. Alden looked thoughtful for a few moments, then he nodded. I see. So you want to act before everyone else, which should give you the upper hand. Exactly. Very smart. I have no doubt that some people will want to take advantage of the situation, especially since you're a woman, which surely won't be to everyone's taste. Even if you are unquestionably the rightful heir, your place will be fought over. But if you don't give them time to react, that can make things a great deal easier. That's what I was thinking too. I'd love it if the situation was more straightforward, but this is a little white lie, and the alternative is the chaos of a wildly disputed succession. Alden nodded and I continued, developing the rest of my plan. In the meantime, pretend that His Majesty is not feeling well, and investigate discreetly. I see. I'll order my men to stay silent. I'll ensure that they haven't said a word so far. About that, it might be wiser to ensure that they can't talk at all. Low-grade staff is known for gossiping, even the guards. My men are trustworthy. They would never disobey. Would you be willing to bet on that? If it could jeopardize the plans of your new Empress, to whom you have only just sworn allegiance. And that maid. Can you also guarantee she'll keep quiet? His teeth clenched, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Alexander shook his head. The weight of Alden's words had also fallen heavily on my shoulders, and I observed both men while contemplating my next steps. This decision is yours to make, Your Grace, but I strongly advise you to silence them for good. Alden was right. The most effective way to ensure someone stayed quiet was to have them killed. However, there could be alternatives to consider. Such a decision couldn't be taken lightly, because whatever I decided, I couldn't afford to regret it. Okay, so now we have costs and things more detailed. So, have them killed. We'll pretend that they were collateral damage of the assassin. I'm sorry, Alexander, but we cannot afford to take any risks. And I own 10 of, I believe this is the army. So it would be -2. Ensure their loyalty by promising them a much better position once I'm crowned. Even if they were really tempted to talk about what happened, this should be a good enough motivation to ensure their allegiance. I own 20. This is what I was proficient in. This is what I got my bonus in. Diplomacy. When you explain to them that they mustn't say a word, give them a few coins and promise them more once the secret has been revealed. And in the meantime, send them on a vacation far away from here. That should be enough to guarantee their silence. And again, we have 10 coins. It'll cost 2. I don't want to kill people. We have 20, so this would only be 18. I'm gonna do this one. Ensure their loyalty by promising them a much better position once I'm crowned. Even if they were really tempted to talk about what happened, this should be a good enough motivation to ensure their allegiance. What does it also say? Like, people are gonna know that they were not collateral damage. Like, people are gonna find it. Like, people are gonna talk. Whoever kills them could also talk and be like, yeah, did you know, like, they knew, so, you know, the new Empress had them killed. Like, no! Let's do this nicely. I saw Alexander sigh in relief and imperceptibly loosen up. Alden, however, shrugged and bowed to me. Good. Good, Alden, good. That could work, yes. Time will tell. I have faith. Besides, if I'm right, I'll be surrounded by trustworthy people, which is always useful. Yeah, my jeans. I think I've gained weight, guys. I had spoken with determination, perfectly hiding my own doubts. Humans are unpredictable in nature. It was a bet, and I could only hope it would pay off. In any case, even if the servants talked and the rumor escaped, I still had my chances. The advantage I was building would be precious to me, but it wasn't the only weapon in my arsenal. Can I count on you, Alexander? He straightened into a military stance and immediately bowed. Of course, Your Grace. I'll do my best to convince them. You've made the right decision. Without further ado, he bowed once more and left the room with a heavy step. Alden seemed to be lost in thought for a moment, giving me time to come to my senses before he bowed in turn. He bowed down in turn. I must at least inform the Master of Murmurs of the situation, so that we may launch an investigation. I nodded, aware of our lead spy's discretion as well as his efficiency. Once that is done, I'll come to you to plan the rest of your ascent. Once more I nodded in approval, glad to be offered a little interlude that would allow me to gather my thoughts. And to dress decently while I was at it. After all, even if the coronation hadn't taken place yet, deep within me, I knew it. I felt it. I was the Empress. What's that thing like we used you could do in like middle school and high school, like the like doing your fingers really quickly and like making them like snap kind of thing? Like I can't do that, but yes. Oh, I need a cookie because I want to eat something. Okay. I like the prologue. The prologue opening the stage, letting you play with some things, giving you some characters. I think maybe giving you a romance. Like, yeah. Keep your friends close and your enemies close, and wait to find out which is which. Basically, Natsukusa. Basically. Having the army loyal is important, I feel. What's an empress without an army, right? Like, what am I gonna do? Assassinate everyone who tries to kill me? Like, I need backup. Can we all just address the fact that this all just happened in the morning before you even put pants on? This just happened at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, bitch, I'm the Empress. Fuck yeah! You can tell the protagonist wakes up every morning and chooses violence. Because it was just like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm cool with this. So, I am really happy to see that the art stands up to what you see on the Steam page and all of the like promo stuff, because very often people put in a lot of work for the promo pictures, and then the art in the game is very different, or it's like, you know, a tad lower or whatever. I feel like this has stayed on par with what you see, so this is cool. This is really nice. Personally, I can't even scheme a plot before 10 a.m. I hate to tell you, but that just means that you're not out for the big leagues yet. Like, I'm sorry to burst your bubble. Huh. The crown. Ooh! Sorry, let me finish my cookie and have some more water. You guys, hydrate too. I'm sorry, Natsukusa, that was rude. I'm sorry. After learning of her father's death, Reaper, supported by her advisors, decides to hide the Emperor's assassination by ensuring the loyalty of the few servants aware of the events. She hopes that this reprieve will allow her to set the stage in secret, so she can obtain the political support necessary to her coronation. Fuck yeah! Spring, day 8, morning. Again! The art is beautiful. The art is gorgeous. It's on par. I'm in love. The sun had now been up for a few hours, promising a beautiful day, but I knew I wouldn't be able to appreciate it. Now that the rush of adrenaline from the news had passed, all I had left were doubts on the days to come, which were going to be exhilarating as much as terrifying. I was gambling my future, along with Callidia's, and that was a big deal. I had spent the past few hours readying myself and refining the details of my plan, to appease my latent nervousness as best I could, but that didn't help me shake off my main preoccupation: the servants. Like Alden had said, I had made a risky decision, and I had been torturing myself for hours, wondering if it was worth it. I was tossing and turning when I heard a knock at the door. I leapt out of my bed and let Alden in. There, Your Grace. We have followed your orders. I hadn't seen that he was accompanied by the Master of Murmurs, who came in after him. A slight discomfort washed over me. His role inside the palace was vital, but since I was a child, I had been terrified of his hidden face and the mysterious aura that surrounded him. Nevertheless, my discomfort turned into amazement when I saw him remove his hood, as if it were nothing, and turn. Excuse me. Let me read that again. Nevertheless, my discomfort turned into amazement when I saw him remove his hood, as if it were nothing, and turn to face me.
It's gonna be really embarrassing when I find the non-romanceable people attractive. Because sneaky sneak spy spy, you know he has a big dagger. There's no, I'm assuming there's no guns. I'm assuming this is not a gun land. I like big guns and sniper rifles, but I also like big daggers, so... Also, the eyebrow... Fuck. Okay, game. Okay.
My brain had pictured the worst for years, and it was very unsettling to finally be able to put a face to that man. I realized he wasn't as monstrous as I had imagined. In fact, I was so shocked that it made me forget the reason for my visitor's presence, which seemed to greatly amuse the Master of Murmurs. Is there a problem, Your Grace? Oh, it's just... I didn't know that you could show your face. To be honest, I do what I want. But in principle, I only remove my hood in the presence of my sovereign and their close collaborators. Though I like to entertain the mystery and anonymity that come with the job. It would be far too dangerous for me never to reveal my face. Some people might use that to usurp my identity. I see. Though it was disconcerting, it was also rather reassuring to see that a man as important as the Master of Murmurs already acknowledged me as his sovereign.
Yeah, yes!
Alden cleared his throat to recall me to my duty, and I suddenly remembered the reason for the two men's presence, which immediately made my anxiety flare up. To keep myself from staring at the master spy, I faced the advisor and fully focused on him. Did everything go well? My anxiety must have been conspicuous, even if I was doing my best to put on a confident expression. The servants seemed convinced by your offer. They left the palace without complaining, so I suppose we can count that as a win. Despite all that, it's still a bit early to be sure of anything. I gave the Master of Murmurs and Alexander the task of keeping a close eye on the situation. The Master of Murmurs slowly nodded in assent. We'll know more tomorrow, but for the time being, there's nothing more to report. I lifted my eyes to meet my advisors and flashed Alden a reassuring smile. Clearly, he read my emotions better than I had thought, and I couldn't allow myself to visibly waver at such a critical time. I know that, and what's done is done. Now we must focus on the future. Bring the High Priest to the council room. I need him to contact the Quadrator. Robert is a pious man. Are you sure it's a good idea to confide in him? Everyone likes to think the devout never lie, but one doesn't obtain a place like his without cheating a little. I admit that the idea of lying to him came to me for a fleeting moment, but to fool him would be a complex task, and I'll be needing his support when the time comes. The people put great stock in men of faith. Very well, Your Majesty. Will that be all? Yes, thank you.
Day 8, the afternoon. It is hot because we just met the Master of Murmurs, so I'm gonna, whew. Okay. Ooh, I like the character design. Is that a tattoo? Is that like, I don't want to think that's etched into his skin, but I mean, if you're very resolute in your faith, could be? You summoned me, Your Grace. I don't know what voice I want to do for him yet. Yes, thank you for coming, Robert. I gestured for him to sit down while I settled behind my father's imposing desk. Like I had predicted, my behavior made him lift a curious brow, but I pretended not to notice it. I won't beat around the bush. My father, the Emperor, died during the night. Clearly, we had done a pretty good job at keeping that a secret, since the shock on his face seemed genuine. What? But how? And why am I just learning about it now? I need to pray for his soul. I tried to appease him with a wave of my hand, inviting him to sit back down, since he looked like he was about to get up. He was murdered. For the time being, we're keeping his death a secret, so we can investigate without causing any sort of panic. It was the Master of Murmur's idea. He's convinced he'll be able to find the assassin more easily this way. Drowning in information, the High Priest slumped into his chair and took in my half-truths, while I assumed a saddened expression. It's truly a tragic situation. Keeping quiet and hiding my mourning is a very hard task for me. I know it's a lot to ask of you, but you need to keep this a secret. I want to do everything in my power to uncover the murderer, especially since I'm scared he could come after me. Once more, I was quite proud of the quivers in my voice, and my acting seemed to be effective, since I saw a spark of compassion light up in his eyes. I understand now why the general was guarding your door like a common soldier. With a closed expression on my face, I nodded, searching for the right words. The first and main reason I summoned you here is so that I could confide in you and ask you to pray for my departed father's soul. Of course, Your Majesty. I'll lock myself up in the Great Temple and dedicate myself to the task. My face still sad, I gave him a tight, grateful smile, and inside I felt relieved. His prayers should keep him busy enough that he wouldn't be tempted to reveal everything. Now I can move on to the true reason of his presence here. But before that, this saddens me, but I have another favor to ask of you. Of course, Your Grace. What is it? Well, Alden and I are afraid that all the upstarts across the kingdom will rush to the castle and try to usurp the throne as soon as my father's death is made public. In their greed, many forget that my line sits on the throne by the grace of the Four. So I'd like to send a letter to the Quadrator and have him support my coronation, as well as reaffirm my legitimacy. Once more he stayed silent, and I tried to hide my worry behind a veil of sadness. I hated that my plans depended on a single person, but I didn't have a choice. Only kings and high priests could hope to quickly reach the ultimate leader of the cardinals, and I technically wasn't a queen yet. I understand. Yes, you're Magnus V's only legitimate child. The throne should be yours. That said, I don't know if the Quadrator will approve of those plans since you're a woman, and an unwed one at that. I felt my body tense up at his words, and it took all I had to conceal how irritated I was by this reminder. I knew I would be told such things. I had mentally prepared myself for it, but obviously it hadn't been enough. It's an issue, yes, and I'll do my best to find a fitting king quickly, but you'll agree that I cannot entrust the throne of Calidia to just anyone. I have plenty of suitors, but I need some time to study each and every one of them. That's not something that can be done in just a couple of days or even weeks. In the meantime, we need someone to lead the country and make sure it doesn't sink into chaos. And if a regent were to be appointed, I'm afraid he might refuse to give the throne back to me and my husband, which would lead the whole country to a bloodbath. No one wants to see another era of murderous plots, like during Magnus III's time. You're right, Your Grace. We cannot let such a tragedy befall us. I'll go write a letter to the Quadrator right away, to express support for your coronation and explain our situation. Satisfied, I let out a sigh of relief. I thank you for your support, High Priest Robert. It means a lot to me. Swiftly, I open one of the desk drawers and pulled out a thin, sealed letter. While I was waiting for you, I humbly wrote a few words destined for the Quadrator. We've never met, and I hoped this would help him get to know me a little, as well as reassure him of my faith in the Four. I was thinking perhaps you would be so kind as to add it to your own correspondence? Once more, he seemed to be caught off guard, but he smiled instantly and enthusiastically. Of course, Your Majesty. It's a great idea. Relieved, I gave him the letter in question, while thanking him once more for his support and his help in these unprecedented times. I only hoped he didn't have the audacity to break the seal, because even if it did contain a few cliches on my virtues, the letters mostly made promises that could actually motivate the Quadrator.
And we're back. Okay, so this time we've only got money and diplomacy. Excuse me. I knew that gold made the world go round, and so I promised a hefty donation to the great temple of the Four in Meridian. Knowing his taste for luxury, I knew that he wouldn't be insensitive to a few more riches. Having always known that I'd need his support one day, I had used the few resources at my disposal to observe him closely, and I had learned something that could stain his reputation. Ooh! Oh, so this is diplomacy, but this is like a little sneak diplomacy of like, hey, remember that one time? Buddy. Let's go look at the chat really quick. Wait, the sun has been up for a few hours after we just had to contemplate a lot of yeeting. Not Tsukusa. Are you secretly saying that non-service characters are going to not survive? I don't know. I have no idea. He reminds you of the tranquil. Oh, that's a good point. We know who you like better, Mom. I'm the favorite. Yes. Wait, I didn't even know I was in a competition. Mom, did you tell the boys they were in a competition? Because it's amongst themselves, right? Like, I knew I was first. Oh, no, we can already be sick of Mom. We're just, sick of stepdad. I'm gonna put in really quick. Again. You guys are liking this. Go wishlist it. Guys, did you know wishlisting things on Steam helps them out? It helps games out, so go do it. Also, if you guys take clips, Discord. Tumpy put in that nice little, Discord command, so, clips, throw them in the Discord. You know what? I have 10. I like this as well, as they always tell you how much you own. Like, you could also go to the chest, but it's nice to have it just like, a hoverable thing. Let's be a little, have some money. There you go. I'll be nice.
To play with a man as powerful as the Quadrator, and I wasn't talking about his possible connection to the gods, but his actual worldly power, was a risky move, but it was all worth it. The dice had been cast. I could only hope for things to go well, and prepare the field for my conquest of the Calidian nobility.
Okay, we're in the evening. Excuse me.
Despite my desire to act, for the time being, I couldn't do anything but wait for the Quadrator's answer. Even if the letter had left that very morning, Meridian was far away, and I knew I couldn't hope for an answer for at least 3 days. I had to chomp at the bit and act naive. My first thought was to mingle with the court so I could clear my head, but then, pretending that nothing was up and feeding rumors to justify my father's absence was more frustrating than doing nothing. Even Marjorie's presence irritated me. Despite her advanced age, as soon as she turned her inquisitive eyes onto me, I had the impression she managed to perceive the truth.
Ooh.
And so I had taken refuge in the library, hoping to read a little. But in all honesty, even if I had managed to unscramble a few words, my thoughts were far away, and my mind was replaying the events of the previous night.
Also, music? Background music? On par. Very nice. Good addition.
Asking myself again and again if I had done the right thing. Your Grace. As if he suddenly realized where we were, the Master of Murmurs repeated his interjection in lower, albeit just as zealous tone. Your Grace, we have an urgent problem on our hands. This preamble was enough to make me abandon my boring reading, and I put down my book, ensuring there weren't any indiscreet ears in the library before I invited him to continue. After he also made sure no one else was around, he pulled back his hood and resumed his explanations. As you know, I've asked to keep an eye on the 3 people aware of your father's death. However, barely 24 hours have passed, and I have been told that the maid immediately went to a noble, the Baron Torben of Levelos? I think I'm gonna say Levelos, but I know there is an I there. Instead of leaving town. This bitch! I conducted an investigation, and I'm almost positive the 2 are in a relationship. I've interrogated her colleagues, who confirmed that she had a rich benefactor for a few months already, and everything hints at his name. I didn't really care about my servants. I didn't really care about my servant's romantic endeavors, but I wanted to know where he was going with this. Are you afraid she'll speak? Yes, and I'm afraid the Baron will want to use that information to glean more power. Is he trying to blackmail us? Going from my picture and white hair to his picture and like the darkness, like the light to dark. I ship it. Can I ship it? I want to ship it. General Q, but Murmur, dude. Oh, fuck. No, we've had nothing of the sort. But tonight he's holding a party to which half of the nobles currently in the capital are invited. That cannot be a coincidence. No event justifies for such a party to be improvised. It's improper. I admit the situation is very odd, but do we have any proof? Unfortunately, no, Majesty. Only suspicions. I took in a few deep breaths while I pondered the situation and calculated the risks. If these allegations were to happen to be true, I'd be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not only would my plan to gain time fail utterly, but everyone would know of my deception. Moreover, if she didn't speak, now that I knew of this maid's allegiance, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to give her a better position down the line. That would give her more opportunities to spy on me for the Baron. What are our options? There aren't many, Majesty. Either we do nothing and wait to see what happens while preparing to counteract possible rumors, or we have them both assassinated to eliminate any risks of leaks. But the Baron is an influential man. There are fewer chances of his death passing unnoticed than that of a simple servant. Tired, I massaged my temples to help me think about the best course of action in this situation. Death was most definitely the best way to stop someone from talking, but the reason I wanted to avoid such methods in the first place was because they disgusted me, and they could well have unwelcome repercussions for me. Would allying myself with the Baron be a possibility? It's true that this information will give him power, but not as much as having an Empress owe him a favor. I think it could work, but do you really want to start your rule indebted to such an ambitious man? That was indeed the risk. I could always double-cross him once the danger had passed, but that would undeniably have after effects. Do we have an idea of what he wants? I'd like to know what I'm getting myself into. If I had a few days, I'd be able to tell you, but I can't answer you in time for the party. Sighing once more, I closed my eyes to better contemplate my options. And we're here with another option. When one plays, one must expect to lose. I'm ready to accept the consequences of my actions, even if it won't be easy. I'm afraid trying to fix things will only make them worse, and I don't want to fall into such a vicious cycle. I'll wait to see what happens. We should prepare as best we can for what is to come. And this is nothing, so just letting it happen doesn't cost me anything because I'm not putting any resources into it. despite having to resort to this solution, but because the servant hasn't been trustworthy, I don't have much of a choice. Have them murdered before tonight, and make sure this can't be traced back to me. Otherwise, consequences would be even more disastrous. And that would be 2 of the army, 1 of my diplomacy. Right now, what matters most is to solve the issue. If the Baron demands more than he is owed after all is said and done, we'll decide what to do with him. But he might behave reasonably, which would mark the start of a fruitful alliance. We won't know until we try. We at least have to attempt to reason with him.
Okay. I'll let you guys think about which one you guys would do as I talk to Chad.
The crest on his head and the fact that he's religious reminds me of them.
I mean, those are very, that's a very obvious connection.
That was to promote your Discord in our stream because your Tuesday night vid. What did we do Tuesday night?
Oh, Tuesday night vid night. Oh, yeah.
If any of your guys are interested, if any of your community is interested,
please, yes, especially Australian time, it would probably work really well for them.
Rach, I was thinking about the music too. The music changes with the mood of the conversation. It felt anxious when she felt anxious.
Yeah.
It also, in the very beginning, it's done it a few times, but the most obvious for me was in the beginning when the advisor was like, "Did you kill your father?" There was no music. The entire time that we just stayed on that screen, there was no music. And it wasn't until we went to the next one that it was like, okay, music is back. Which usually doesn't happen. Usually, like, they give you a pause to, like, make your decision and then the music continues. So if you're streaming it, you lose that ambiance because the music is back. But this works that every time you move, like, the music works with it. That's really nice.
She can speak to these hands, and you can ship anything with enough effort.
Mom, I love you so much.
Mom, I just want to give you a hug through the internet. Oh, yes.
Sonic is literally a hedgehog and had a relationship with a princess. All things are possible.
Trudeau.
Oh my god.
Sonic gotta go fast.
Oh, ew, my Coke is, my Coca-Cola is flat.
You know?
We've tampered with one thing. We tampered with the quadrator.
I'm gonna, you know? I'm just, you know, hands up in the air. You do what you're gonna do. We will damage control after, and if I find out that you told him, we can always kill her later, is what I'm thinking. Like, we can just always kill her later. I'm gonna go with that. So,
when one plays, one must expect to lose. I'm ready to accept the consequences of my actions, even if it won't be easy. I'm afraid trying to fix things will only make them worse, and I don't want to fall into such a vicious cycle. That's the thing. I don't want to fall into the cycle. I'll wait to see what happens. We should prepare as best we can for what is to come.
He's not gonna like that, but it's fine.
An audacious choice. I must admit, I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be the kind of woman who'd put her fate in the hands of the Four. But if that's what you want, so be it. I will inform Alden of your decision. Slowly I nodded, while telling myself that indeed, a few prayers to Horel wouldn't be a bad idea under the circumstances. Yes, he's the most qualified for this kind of speech. He needs to be prepared to defend us against rumors if your suspicions prove correct. I'll let you know once I have more news. I'll send a spy there, which should allow us to stay ahead of our detractors by a few hours. Thank you. I'm counting on you. The Master of Murmurs gave me an elegant bow and departed, leaving me alone once more, with doubts gnawing at my mind. I waited for the end of the day with more nervousness than usual, unable to concentrate, fearing the arrival of the Master of Murmurs as much as I hoped for it.
You have no idea how much I'm hoping for the Master of Murmurs to come back to me, okay? Ha. Welcome back, Senstoria. Okay, I have a question for you. I have a question, and it maybe you will or won't answer, and it may or may not break my heart. If you can tell us, you don't, if you can, if you're like, this is the secret, whatever ending, that's fine. You don't have to answer, but is the Master of Murmurs romanceable? Yes! There's gonna be a DLC! Yes! Oh my god! Fuck it. No romance. I'm gonna be the Empress and then the DLC. Oh my god. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. We gotta wait for them. Ooh. Hydrate. Hydrate, because Reaper getting a little thirsty. Oh my god. It wasn't originally planned, but we can't say no to all this thirst. Are more people thirsting after the Master of Murmurs? I love these people. I love these. Oh my god.
If anyone out there is playing the demo or is watching this and you're also like, yo, Master of Murmurs can have me anytime, day, like, anything he wants, you have really fucking good taste. And I approve.
Oh my god, I'm so happy. Fuck.
Why does that make me way too happy?
I'm always thirsty, man. I gotta take another. I gotta.
Oh my god. I have enough dehydration for 50 people.
Look. You don't get a fleet of ships. You think.
Wait a second. You think my shippings are all like other people? No. I'm in half of those ships.
I'm in those ships. Like. You don't get a fleet as big as mine is without, like, being in it.
But oh my god, yes. Okay. DLC, ladies, gentlemen, non-binaries, and everybody else under the rainbow. DLC! Yeah, the graphics did too much of a good job with him. Please give all my love and adoration to that person. Like, please. Excuse me. Imperial Grace, graphist, if you are watching this, thank you. Thank you. Oh, this is great. Yes, I read this. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, spring day 8, night. There's a party going on. I decided not to mess with fate. That was probably a mistake, but we'll see what happens. Shotomate. In case y'all didn't know, and I don't know if I said this at the beginning of the stream, I have fake eyelashes on right now because I'm trying to practice for putting them on for when I cosplay. But I feel like one of them is coming off, so I'm gonna check that really quick. Oh no! Actually still looks really good. Okay, never mind. The fangirling got to me. And that falls there. Okay, fine. Flex!
Oh, thank you, Tompy. I needed that. Oh, I'm gonna stretch it out too. Ooh.
Oh, it's hot. It's too hot for this shit. It was already late when the Master of Murmurs knocked on my door to inform me of the evolution of the situation.
See, now that I know there's gonna be a DLC, I can't get any of this out of. Oh, okay.
Will Reaper romance anybody else? No, she'll probably wait for the DLC.
Yeah, sorry, I've got very few accents, so British and American's what you get.
That's a really good question, though, Natsukusa. It was already late when the Master of Murmurs knocked on my door to inform me of the evolution of the situation. Although it was late at night, I hadn't managed to close my eyes at all, and I awaited the outcome with anxiety, despite the detachment that I had wanted to display earlier that day.
I am favored by the gods. I made a decision that could have ended my life. Yo, the demo could have ended right fucking there. Oh! Oh, I play, oh, I was kind of, I was a little Icarus there, and I was a little too close to the sun. Ooh.
The original language is French, so that's what I have in mind. That makes sense, because in the beginning you could choose French or English. I'm sorry, I can't do a French accent, and I feel like trying would be very, very rude. Maybe I'll practice, though. Maybe I'll practice in my own time. Your Grace, I have good news. When I heard these words, I calmed down, already aware of how this was going to play out. Clearly our worries were unfounded. Our spy is positive. The Baron threw this party to announce his rushed engagement to a noble from Vargas. I think there's a lot more to it, but nothing that could affect your coronation. Either the servant kept to herself, or the Baron chose not to say a word. That was weird. That was a weird way I said that. Apologies. We can't be sure of anything at the moment, so I'll still keep a close eye on him. But I do believe the four are with you, Your Majesty. Indeed, the gods must have been with me, since I couldn't have hoped for a better outcome. More than relieved, I tried nonetheless to stay neutral while dismissing the Master of Murmurs. I thank you for your work. The four may be with me, but believe me when I say I'm relieved to have you on my side as well.
And if you want to be on this side of the bed, oh, just kidding. But not really.
My compliments seemed to please him, and he politely bowed before leaving me in peace. The days to come were going to be taxing, but at least I could remove one of the weights that had been pressing on my chest.
This is a nice, like, I know you said this was going to be 2 hours. This is a nice 2-hour chunk, though. It's not too long. It's not too short. Like, it's a nice pace. That's the word I'm looking for. This is nice.
Your Grace, this is a little premature, but should you become Empress, you will need to manage the kingdom's policies. I'd like to make sure that you're ready for such a task. I am. I mean, one can always learn more. So skip the tutorial, or you can play through. Let's play through it. As you already know, the kingdom's policies influence how your subjects, noble or otherwise, view you, but also what resources will be available to us. You can set tax rates for the people and the nobility. As you may have guessed, the higher they are, the less happy the people will be, but the faster the coffers will fill up. But there are many other things, much more subtle. For example, you can decide how open to trade our borders should be, or which sectors of the economy you'd like to focus on. We must also consider how to protect ourselves from our neighbors, especially bearing in mind Vargas's warlike inclinations. But maintaining an army is very, very expensive. As such, investing in diplomacy may offer better results in the long run. And finally, we have to manage the cardinals. Their influence on the people is immense, and they have infrastructures all over the nation. Offerings made to them are never wasted. We've set up regular periods of time during which we collect earnings, but there will be a short delay before the consequences of any changes you make can be seen. Okay. The story alternates with phases of gameplay which are triggered between 2 scenes. During these phases, you'll be able, among other things, modify your kingdom's general policies. Oh, excuse me. Let me read that again. During these phases, you will be able, among other things, to modify your kingdom's general policies. Gains will be distributed at the end of the gameplay phase. Okay. Is that clearer now?
Got it.
Yes, even if it is all very theoretical. That's true, but the best way to approach the subject in a more concrete manner is to look into it yourself. Even if I'll only be doing this work after my coronation, may I try my hand at it now? I'm sure there are things that I'd like to change in my father's policies. That sounds most excellent to me.
Oh, cool, okay. So, we got a lot going on. Let's look each thing. Taxes. Low, moderate, high.
The people will understand, and you'll receive a moderate amount of money.
Okay, so low would be +5 from the people, 1 money, 2 high is 3, and the people won't like. Okay, cool. So you don't have to go one way or the other. You can just go straight up, you know, moderate and cross your fingers hoping for the best.
Offerings. You will help finance a good part of the temples and academies across the realm. So 2 money, but +2 faith.
God. That just goes straight into offerings.
Damn, okay. Trade. Small taxes are levied on products traded between countries.
And then, like, sorry, these, this changes a little bit depending on, like, which one you choose, but it's not enough for me to, like, read every time. So restricted is the nobility will hate us. I'm kind of not giving a fuck about the nobility. Resources, money, free. Okay. And the resource will go down. Okay. Oh, and then the total is down here. Oh, this is nice.
Economy. Your economy will be focused on the exploitation of raw resources. Okay, crafts. You'll focus on craftsmanship, especially luxury items.
That's sexy. Fucking do it.
Gwenny, thank you so much for the 17 fucking months. Sorry, I didn't get to catch the streams this past week. Adulting is hard. Gwenny, adulting is fucking insane. Thank you so much for the sub, love. Here is your scythe. How has your week been? Are you gonna hang out with us, or do you also need, or is life adulting super hard? You need to take a break tonight too. And then we got farming. Your economy will focus on agriculture and food production. Okay. So resources. I'm gonna keep everything even, and then I'll go through and I'll make decisions what I think. The army. You will properly maintain your current army. You'll dismantle it. Fuck that. Be reduced, but it'll be cheaper. No, expand it. Let's maintain it. Diplomacy. You will send at least 1 ambassador to each neighboring country. You only send 1 necessary, which is the minimum, and active. Full delegation. Okay. So, I think we'll keep the taxes moderate. The offerings moderate, because that'll cancel each other out, kind of. If we have free trade, people can come in at any time. Actually, let me think about economy first. So, resources is minus the people. Let's do... We won't get money, but we get the people and resources, which I think I want. The money's gonna be really hard. I can't expand the army. I think we should keep that one the same. I would like to be active, so we'll have minus money. So I think... Well, that just got rid of all my resources, but it gave me the people, and it gave them ability. Nobility, excuse me. Okay. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep everything... So we'll go moderate taxes, moderate offerings, free trade. And this is why. I'm gonna have active diplomacy. So hopefully by sending a full delegation to these countries, they, you know, won't want to fucking send people to kill me, so we can have free trade. We'll maintain the army, and if I feel like I need to, like, increase the taxes, maybe we'll expand the army. And we're gonna focus on farming, that way I can get some of the love of the people. The nobility got plus 10. Where's the other? There we go. The diplomacy and the trade. So we're gonna have total 5 people, plus 10 nobility. Money is gonna be even. 2 faith, 1 army, 1 resource, and 3 influence. I'm gonna go with that. Let me talk to chat for a little bit while we're here. I'm back. Sorry, my phone died just as you were reading chat before. No! I love it when that happens. Oh my god, yeah, when I came back to the stream, I was like, oh, will Reaper get the game over or be lucky? No! Oh my god, so that is like a 50-50 chance you could get fucked. Oh, thank the gods being with me. It's 7 a.m. here. I'm gonna sleep, but the stream was awesome. Natsukusa, thank you so much, man. It's always so early when you stop by, but thank you so much. I appreciate you. And the 13 months. Thank you. Sleep well, my friend. I'm so glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Sensoria. I don't know what I was expecting, but this was not it, and I love it. This is amazing. What if it was the nobility that assassinated your dad? Maybe they'll come for me. Ooh. No! Mom! We protect Mom at all costs. No. Coming for you, Mom? Nah, we protect at all costs. Gwynny, adulting went well. Actually, considering last week was Lunar New Year, and this week kind of taking it slow, trying not to forget my physical and mental health, which is very, very important. Probably won't be here long. Got a bro date later. Currently working out. No problem, Gwynny. Working out is really good for your mental and physical health as well, so just have a good day, my friend. I hope things calm down. Oh, you are so excited. I am. I'm so excited. Again, that DLC news. Whoo! Wait a second. Oh, good. Thank God. I was like, am I recording this? I am. Thank God. Again, guys, this is just the demo. This is a lot for a demo. So we went from day 8 to day 15. So it's been a week. Just like, keep that in your minds. Your Highness. Dawn had barely risen when I heard a kerfuffle. Kerfuffle is a great word. Kerfuffle at the door, and I immediately recognized Robert's voice. I caught up with a groan and quickly slipped on a dress, trying to make myself presentable before opening the door. High Priest, what's going on? I tried to remain as neutral as possible, but I was burning up with a mix of anxiety and excitement because I had a solid guess as to what this was about. The Quadrator has answered, Your Majesty. Nervous, he handed me 2 letters bearing the recognizable seal of His Holiness. Oh, yeah, we also gave money to the Quadrator. Instead of using my diplomacy, I gave money. So we'll see how that turns out. Your name is written on them. I didn't dare open them, Your Highness. Exhilarated, I looked at the 2 pieces of paper that were about to seal my future. One seemed official, while the other was explicitly for my eyes only. I would have liked to be alone when reading them both, but clearly it had taken Robert all he had not to break the wax seal on the official letter, and he now stared at me impatiently. My throat was dry as I grabbed a paper cutter to open the correspondence, and my heart was beating so fast I had the impression everyone in the room could hear it. Okay, this is the official one. Lady Reaper of Terranfell, daughter of Magnus V of Terranfell, the Fierce, Emperor of Calidia. The 4 have spoken, and have recognized you as the legitimate heir of the crown of Calidia by virtue of your blood and despite your gender. Yeah! By this decree, I convey the word of the gods. May your governance be respected by all the just and the pious. May your rule prosper and never stray from the 4's faith. For Vermeer Quadrator by the grace of the 4. I'm legit, y'all! Fuck yeah!
I was shaking so hard I felt my legs give in, and I had to sit on my bed so I didn't fall over. I had done everything in my power to make this moment happen, but now that it was upon me, I was engulfed by all the emotions I had accumulated in the past week. Robert seemed to understand me, and he bowed to leave me a few long seconds so I could take in the Quadrator's words. Finally, he spoke up. "That's marvelous, Your Majesty. I knew the Four would acknowledge your legitimacy." Almost timidly, I nodded and tried to recover my usual composure. With the Quadrator's support, my coronation was sure to happen, but that didn't mean I was rid of the enemies or other contenders. I couldn't let my guard down yet. "Yes, the time has come for everyone to know the truth. Gather the nobles in the castle at dawn and prepare the pigeons." He nodded, a grave expression on his face. "Yes, we can't wait any longer. The secret of your father's death couldn't have been kept indefinitely in any case." It was true that his absence had been going on for a while, and a possible illness worried people just as much as a possible death. It was fortunate that these letters hadn't taken too long to arrive. I'll be there. I need to finish getting ready." "Of course, Your Majesty. I'll leave the bells rung, but at such an early time, I don't suppose we can gather everyone in less than an hour." I approved with a polite nod, and soon I watched him leave and close the door.
So I just want to take a second. From the Baron, it was a Baron. The Baron's party decision. Because, again, we went from day 1 to, like, day 7, 8. Day 1, day 2 to, like, day 8 to now day 15. I could have died before even getting the legitimacy thing. I don't know how to explain it. The time jumps are really nice, and it's like, again, enough time has passed for things to happen, and if you make a wrong decision or the gods are not with you and you die, it's like, well, shit, you didn't even know if you're gonna be Empress or not. I don't think this is probably you're always gonna be Empress, because you have to either do diplomacy or money. There's no just like leaving it to the fates and here's a nice letter, please say that I'm the Empress. So I feel like if you don't die, if you don't get killed, you'll become the Empress. But I don't know, it was just still really nice. Like, you make the right decision and don't die, you get to live another week. That's basically it. I approved with a polite nod, and soon I watched him leave and close the door. I don't know if I read that, but we'll read it again. Finally on my own, I collapsed on the bed and let myself gloat. I whooped in pure childish joy as I read the Quadrator's letter over and over again. Right? I get it. I knew that I had plenty of challenges ahead of me. This was my first victory against traditions, and I intended to savor it for as long as I could. Only after a few long minutes had passed did I decide to open the second letter, which was addressed to me personally. Lady Reaper of Tarrenfell, thank you for your generous donation to Meridian's great temple. Please know that I never forget my friends. I'm sure we'll get along marvelously. Noted! Vermeer Quadrator by the grace of the Four. Noted. Okay, money does work with you. Happy with my decision, I sighed and carefully put the letter away into my desk. Pretty promises were easy to forget. I could perhaps use the parchment to remind him of his support one day, or to show to some reluctant noble just how popular I was with one of the most powerful men on the continent. In any case, I believed that my actions had managed to sway him, and I was quite proud of that. Now it was the court I had to sway, and I knew this wasn't going to be an easy task. Bye, Mom! Tell the boys I said hi! Bothered them a lot for me. Oh, wait, is this, is this the tutor? The tutor? I think this is the tutor. I don't know how to do, like, an older lady voice.
make sure not to overexert yourself, Reaper. You're spending your days locked up in this office. You should get out a bit to clear your head. Come, take a walk with this old lady. I made her more, I don't know. We'll go like that. I don't think I can do a gravelly old lady voice. I left the door open, and although I hadn't heard Marjorie, I knew it, come over to me, I wasn't surprised, since her perfume, which she applied too liberally, had filled the room. I almost felt nostalgic for a moment. Even if it made me happy to see her, my presence in my office wasn't guided by fun. I was overwhelmed with invitations, requests, promises. I spent the past 3 days flattering the Calidian nobility to ensure that nothing would jeopardize my coronation in 3 weeks' time. I still had a lot left to do.
I have to survive for 3 weeks. Fuck.
Oh, perhaps you can fool everyone else, but I know you're far from being an old lady, Marjorie. My reply made her laugh, a hoarse and joyous sound that belied what I had just said. Oh, I still have the same quick wit I had when I was 20, but I'm afraid my whining bones disagree with you, sweetheart. Come now, don't be cruel. You already broke my poor heart when you didn't let me in on the secret. I put my quill down with a sigh and closed the inkwell, hoping its content would not dry out. She had taught me many things, and even if I had grown stronger than her in a few areas, it was obvious she still used guilt like no one else. She almost made me feel bad for hiding my father's death from her. You know full well I didn't have a choice. The information had to be disclosed to as few people as possible. I know, sweetheart. But I would have liked to be there for you. These past few days mustn't have been easy. No, they weren't indeed. As promised, I quietly walked by Marjorie's side through the garden, but we couldn't take one step before some servant or noble offered me their condolences. I'm so tired of pretending to be sad. I know your father was a man of many flaws, but he was your family, your blood. You shouldn't hate him this vividly. It's not healthy, especially now that he's dead. No, that's too easy. You can't just die and expect that all your mistakes will be forgiven. She sighed, and I decided to change the subject before I had to listen to another lecture on the importance of family bonds. But since we're speaking of forgiveness, I need your help. Suspicious, she frowned, although she kept walking calmly between the flower beds. I would like it if you gave me Fearcastle. Fearcastle?
That's a really pretty word. Name.
Fearcastle?
I don't want to say fire.
I think I'm gonna go with Fearcastle. That old dilapidated fortress? What for? Pretending to admire some insects that were flying around the planters, I hesitated for a second. I needed the fortress to buy the Ferrams. Fier means proud in French. Ooh, okay. Ferrams?
I feel like it's not for rams. Because French is such a beautiful language. Now I'm butchering everything in it.
I needed the fortress to buy the Ferrams' loyalty, but Marjorie held a deep hatred for them. I didn't like lying to her, but I couldn't run the risk that she'd refuse my request. Tell her the truth, even if she won't like it. Keep things vague.
Ah, no. We keeping things vague, Marjorie. I like you. You're kind of cool, and I'm like this voice I've got for you, but I don't. You seem like the woman. If you don't like something, it's not gonna happen.
Keep things vague. You're the one that taught me to keep my cards close to my chest. All I can say is that it's a strategic location from the perspective of 3 separate duchies, and that I might need it. Like you said, it's been left to rot ever since the Ferram revolt. It's nothing more than an old pile of rubble on steep and barren land. You won't miss it. She frowned but shrugged. Do as you wish. Having an empress owing you a favor isn't a bad thing after all. Thank you, Marjorie. I knew I could count on you. Relieved, I finally let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. I also realized that my voice for Empress Reaper has fluctuated massively. Knowing the affection Marjorie held for me, I knew that I'd end up convincing her. But as I had a meeting with a Faram heir in 4 days, I didn't have a lot of room for errors. With one less issue weighing on my heart, I continued my walk with a bounce in my step, forgetting for a few minutes the court's problems and plots. Day 22. Ooh, this is a different day. On that note, let me read some stuff.
Somehow your dramatic narration kind of hyping me up. Is that odd? No, that is what I'm here for, Gwynny. I'm happy. Yes. Weird choice of music for a workout. You mean my old lady voice? You know the text by heart of... I mean, how many times have you, like, probably searched through this, especially the demo?
The second choice for the quadra depends on your specialty. If you have the faith specialty, you are certain to get his support, for example.
Oh, I went diplomacy. So, okay.
Mom, Boomer insults. Tompy, what did Boomer say? You know to ignore him.
Very quickly, because y'all have made me hydrated, because we have some thirsty characters. Well, not thirsty characters. I'm thirsty over characters. I'm gonna take a very quick break, run to the restroom, replenish my cola, search for maybe another snack, and I'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. I might run some ads, but you're not gonna miss anything, and we'll continue with the demo when I get back. So go, hydrate, stretch, get snacks, do all the things that humans have to do. Be right back.
And we're back. Sorry, I have to unmute everything. Did you guys stand up? Did you guys stretch? Did you guys get some water? Again, group hydrate, because I don't trust any of you.
I don't have any snacks. I don't know why I looked for snacks when I know for a fact I don't have snacks. Vapor, you know you don't have snacks. I do have some dark chocolate. I have two more pieces of dark chocolate after this one. No, did Boomer call you dark, Tompy? Rude. Oh my god, those are fighting words. Hydrate, Tompy, hydrate.
I've read it so many times for proofreading, and I watch a few Let's Plays, so yeah, I know the text by heart now. I didn't want to watch any Let's Plays because I didn't want to have anything ruined for me. But now I'm gonna go watch it after this to see everybody else's reactions. Stretching my... Okay, are you literally stretching your brain? Or are you just, like, super stretching? I didn't realize it was 9 o'clock, guys. Oh my god. Okay. So it's the afternoon of, like, I think day 22, it said? What we got? This was my first time ever meeting Theodore of Faram. I had heard him described as a cold and distant man, but I still didn't expect him to be so glacial.
Keanu Reeves? Hello? Please tell me I'm not the only one. Please tell me I'm not the only one. Okay, Theodore. Hi, buddy. Pal, you okay? Okay, buddy.
I waited for him to Dean. I think it's Dean. I have no idea. To Dean reply to my greeting, as courtesy demanded, but the silence between us was deafening. He only stood there, staring at me, impassive, without even so much as a good morning or a nice to meet you, while I had to keep smiling not to lose face.
Okay, this is the conversation then.
I had better things to do than engage in a staring contest. Consequently, I swallowed my pride and gestured to one of the chairs around the staff table, where a large map of Calydia had been laid out. I imagine you must be tired after such a long trip. Please, sit down. I thought he was going to stay standing there, but he did finally sit down without another word, while I took a seat not too far from him. Like I said in my letter, I'd like for Terranfell and the Faram to reconcile. The tensions between our two families have lasted long enough, and I imagine your sudden desire to make peace has nothing to do with your upcoming coronation. The Monolith.
Monolith? Is that the Monolith? I feel like that T is silent.
The Monolith are eating out of your hand, but the Voldor.
Oh, these French words are gonna kill me.
The Voldor would never support a woman, which means you very much need us.
Coming as he was from a lineage with a somewhat barbaric reputation,
he had done a fairly clever analysis of the situation, but I didn't let that stop me.
very much need is a bit strong.
Should I remind you that I have the support of the cardinals? The people will follow me. That said, I do wish for my coronation to go as smoothly as possible, and the rest of my rule as well. I'd like to avoid bloodshed if at all possible, and I fear that the ancestral enmity between our two families might lead us to just that. Neither you nor I were born when the Faram revolt took place. It's up to us to decide if we want to perpetuate the cycle of conflict or if we want to build something new. He took on a thoughtful expression and observed me with renewed interest. It's easy for you to forget. You are on the side of victors. You haven't been rehashing your resentment for 20 years.
Precisely. Wouldn't it be easier for you to forget as well? Especially if it's been haunting you for that long?
Even if we were inclined to consider your offer of a reconciliation, how could we trust you? I won't give you a history lesson. The revolt didn't happen for nothing. He was following me exactly where I was leading, and it took me some effort to repress a smile and keep a businesslike countenance. Firstly, I'm not the same person as my father or my grandfather. It's unfair to distrust me as a result of their actions. And secondly, I'm ready to make a gesture of goodwill, if the Faram are ready to make one as well. I'm listening. If you openly support my ascent to the throne, I'm ready to return to your family the Fier Castel Citadel, and the lands that go with it. This time, I savored the true surprise in his eyes when I handed him the deed I had taken the time to prepare. As you know, it was confiscated after the revolt, since it's located at a strategic crossroads between the Terranfell and the Montelay. I thought it would be a strong gesture to return it to you, but also quite a symbol of trust. After glancing over the signed pledge, Theodore looked at me once more, with defiance this time. There's no doubt that my family will appreciate the gesture. I was already basking in my victory when he continued, his voice cold. But as for me, it only makes me see that you're one of those politicians ready to use every dirty trick in the book if it'll give you what you want.
Bitch, what?
I had been warned that you are the rightful heir of that snake who used to lead the Montillier.
Montillier?
But now I'm seeing it with my own eyes. So yes, indeed we will accept your offer and support your coronation. Because unlike you, we stick to our word. But you should know you're not fooling me. I'll remain at the palace to make sure you don't stab us in the back as soon as you've achieved your goals.
Buddy, I mean, you can stay here for all, fine, but the deed is yours. Literally, you're just supposed to say, yep, she's Empress, and, it's good. We're cool.
In the end, his analysis of the situation, or indeed of my character, wasn't as clever as I had thought. I was ambitious, there was no denying that. I wasn't shy about it either, but my desire to make peace was just as sincere. Stay at the castle if you wish. Dukes are welcome here at any time, but you'll get eaten alive by the court if you always speak your mind so plainly, my lord. He shrugged condescendingly before getting up. Oh, I'm very capable of defending myself, Majesty. I just choose not to use the same venom as you do. Doesn't mean I don't know how to protect myself from its stink. No one liked being called a snake, but even if it was unpleasant to be treated with such hostility by someone to whom I had never done anything, I had gotten what I wanted. I didn't wish to risk making him change his mind by starting an argument. Time will tell. I do hope you'll change your mind about me, but as long as the Faram hold up their end of the bargain, you're free to think whatever you like. Don't say that as if you were doing me a favor, Your Grace. Even empresses don't have dominion over people's thoughts. And in order to keep me from having the last word of our pointless sparring, he immediately turned on his heel and slammed the door. Furious, I was engaged in deep breathing exercise when Alden walked in. How did things go with Theodora Faram? I shrugged with a sigh. I suppose it was all right. At least the Faram should support my coronation. That's all that matters. How about you? Did you manage to convince Leon? Like you said, he won't support you. He thinks, and I quote, "It's a load of nonsense. If we let this happen, next thing we know, all the little ladies in Voildor will be getting ideas. My brother will agree with me on this." I was already quite upset, and I very much wanted to hit something, but instead I settled for fiercely crumpling up an old draft that was lying about. Knowing the man, I guess this would be coming. Have you at least convinced him not to openly oppose the coronation? Yes, as you suggested, I implied that a civil war wouldn't be good for business, and that you were easy to manipulate. Was that enough? Yes and no. The man's smarter than I thought. He took this as an opportunity to claim the position of treasurer. Treasurer? Look at him go. Since he believes you're incompetent, he'll think that's the only way for him to ensure that the country stays on the right track, and that the Voildor's economical interests are preserved. Upset, I bit my lips while I pondered the implications of such a nomination. I didn't want him to stand in my way at every council meeting, but there was no valid reason for me to refuse him this privilege either. I imagine before asking for that position, he encouraged the current treasurer to retire? That's correct. A pretty house by the seaside is waiting for him, and now he can't wait to be gone. I imagine we don't have a choice then. I'll summon Leon tomorrow and pretend to be a naive ingenue? I'm gonna look up that word. Who's happy to let him take on big responsibilities. I sighed heavily, and Alden took a step towards me, his expression worried. Are you sure you'll manage? Manage? No offense meant, Your Grace, but I know you. I fear it'll be quite hard for you to play the role of a naive and fragile lady in front of him, especially in light of the obvious contempt he's always directing at women. Clearly, this won't be a barrel of fun, but I've spent my entire life pretending to be less dangerous than I am. I should be able to tolerate it. Just this once. He might have some nasty surprises down the line, however. I trust you, then. Okay. Be moving on along. Let's talk to chat. What is up? Stretching your brains out, Gwynny. Kenzo, what is up? Good evening. Super unhappy fun time. Hello. What up? What up? How are you guys? How's your week been? Pog, what are you doing here, John Wick? Apparently hating me. Welcome, guys. How are you doing? I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this in there in case anyone was wondering what game I'm playing. This is it. Also, I try to only take, like,
times when we're making decisions or day changes to speak to chat. That way, like, we don't kind of mess up the flow too badly of the situation, or the situation. Except for that one time that I freaked out because that would be a DLC. But continuing on. I just cleaned my effing bathroom, so I'm pretty tired. Bathrooms are the worst things to clean. I did that last weekend. Took me forever because I always put it off. But good for you! Adulting! We believe.
Your Grace, news of your nomination to the throne has spread quickly. We received a letter addressed to you from the Queen Maeva of Assyria.
Oh, I like Assyria.
My respects, Empress of Calidia. I wish to write to you so I could congratulate you on your recent nomination to the throne, as well as offer my condolences for your father's death. Assuming power is a heavy responsibility, but I've been told that you are very capable, and I know that Calidia is in good hands. Calidia and Assyria have always maintained solid diplomatic relations. I hope that they will continue, nay, prosper, under your rule. Up until now, the matriarchs have always been opposed to non-commercial negotiations, but your nomination has made them curious. We dare to believe that in your presence, my emissaries and myself will cease to be subjected to the patronizing condescension that your predecessors invariably displayed, and that made my country's past rulers so wary of further interactions. The gods whisper to me that your ascension to the throne signals the dawn of a new era for the continent. Therefore, I wish to support you as much as I can. With the matriarch's assent, I've decided to mandate an emissary, whose role it will be to...
Oh, I know liaison, but I don't know this word.
Liaze?
To be a liaison?
Between our two nations. Her name is Asha Isabis. She's an exceptional woman, who, I hope, will be welcomed into your palace as she deserves. With all my sympathy, Maeva, Queen of Assyria.
Oh, I like her. You know, queen supporting queen. Let's be honest, chat.
That's wonderful news. I'll send as many allies as possible during my rule. Indeed, diplomacy is a delicate art, but it's fundamental for Calidia's prosperity. You'll need to woo the neighboring countries and ensure their goodwill towards us.
Burn the patriarchy! Right! Seriously, burn it. Sorry, there's just that one thing. Diplomacy not yet implemented. But we'll talk about that later. For now, we have a coronation to organize. Again, this is just the demo, guys, so some things are not implemented, but I can't wait for them to be. Oh, jumping right along. Day 36.
The big day had finally come. Impatient and nervous, I paced my bedroom while checking my hair and my outfit for the upteenth time. Nothing was easy, as per usual. I was supposed to display poise, elegance, and grandeur, all while remaining humble. All right, then.
Okay. Impossible standards? Say what?
Despite all that, I felt ready and dignified, and I only waited to hear from Alexander, who would escort me since my father wasn't in a state to do so.
No duh.
Time was passing by at an infuriatingly slow pace, when finally he knocked and walked into the room, clad in his ceremonial attire. That armor and the pompous cape that went with it didn't suit him, and I suppressed a smile when I saw him squeezed into it. Ready, Your Grace? Almost timidly, I nodded while he politely bowed to let me pass in front of him. Then he followed suit, respectfully walking one step behind.
Her Grace, Reaper of Terranfell, Princess of Calidia, blessed by Horel. I should have kept that up longer as I did like my little wave, but I didn't. What is it? It's this way. This is how you wave. It's like, thank you. Thank you. Hello. Future Empress, thank you. Thank you.
I closed my eyes and savored this title that I was hearing for the last time. When the herald would announce me next, I I would be Empress of Calidia. I didn't remember having ever seen the throne room this packed. Clearly, when I had been told that the entire castle had gathered here, it hadn't been an exaggeration. To try and hide my nervousness, I walked at a slow pace. My head held high, my eyes leveled at the throne. My throne! But my curiosity slowly got the better of me, and while I tried to remain as dignified as I could, I let my gaze wander discreetly in search of familiar faces. Alden, of course, stood right next to my throne, his face impassive, but his eyes bright enough that I could see the pride reflected in them. Robert was there too, my future crown already held in his hands. He did his best to appear as imposing as his function required him to be. In the nobles section, I recognized Leon of Voildor, surrounded by his family, conversing with other nobles who were vaguely familiar to me. To my surprise, I also spotted Theodore leaning against a pillar, his gloomy aura seeming to hold people at bay, so that he wasn't drowning in unknown faces. As I passed by her, Marjorie gave me a smile, and I felt her perfume reach me, calming me despite its loud scent. Finally, the last step stretched before me, and I suddenly realized that I couldn't hear the crowd's hubbub anymore. The only sound was my heart beating in my temples. Ceremoniously, I knelt in front of the throne. Ceremoniously, I knelt in front of this throne that was still forbidden to me. Soon I had cause to praise whomever had the brilliant idea to place a small cushion under my knees. The blessings were proceeding at an infuriatingly slow pace. I listened to them with only half an ear, but I still displayed my most serious and focused face to honor the solemnity of the ceremony. The day before, Robert had asked me if I wanted to celebrate tradition by taking the name of one of my predecessors, or if I'd start my own dynasty.
Keep your name, honor your ancestors. We about to turn this whole country upside down in the best way possible. I'm not giving anyone else credit for that. I'm gonna keep my name. That way, when my descendants, have this decision, there won't be a question. They'll be like, no. I want to be like great grandma Reaper. Yeah, so we're taking her name. Like, you thought a lot of people took, names and things. No. My name. Everyone's gonna want my name. Keeping my name. And I just imagine about me like keeping my name and then turning around and like, birds to all the royals, all the nobility. Keep my name.
Look, I understood the assignment, okay?
My name.
I understood. I understood the importance of traditions, but I was much too proud of who I was to give up my name, my identity.
So true!
I wanted to carry it with pride for as long as I would rule. I didn't know the sermon by heart, but I knew it would soon be ending, since the whole place seemed to grow livelier. With each passing second, both the crowd and Robert's voice vibrated with renewed excitement, until the key moment came.
Oh, I'm getting excited. What the fuck?
I closed my eyes and braced myself for the weight of the surprisingly light crown that he delicately placed upon my head.
Why am I actually tearing up though? Oh fuck! Why? Okay, wait. Print screen. Thank you. Sorry, screenshot. Sorry. Yeah, you guys hear that too. My bad. Oh! Oh, did I mess something up?
Rise up, Reaper of Tarrenfell, Empress of Calidia, first of her name, Duchess of Tarrenfell, chosen by the Four and blessed by Horel.
Let's go! Oh!
shall bow no longer. Since from this day and until your death, in the name of the gods, I entrust you with the charge of guiding your subjects and making Calidia shine bright for decades to come.
I look so good with a crown, though, y'all. Ooh, baby. Okay. Now we dancing a little bit more. I lived, I survived, I became Empress. I lived, I survived, I became Empress. Okay. Now I'm good.
Slowly I rose and turned around to sit on that throne that had been meant for me. Then I opened my eyes to look at the crowd. It suddenly went quiet, and an almost religious silence settled in for a few seconds. Long live Empress Reaper the First! Alexander's voice resounded next to me, oddly loud, and as it shattered this almost dreamlike moment, cheers arose from all sides in a spectacular chaos. The general enthusiasm was contagious, and I caught myself smiling and waving at the crowd with a bit too much vigor.
Oh my god! You guys have the worst timing. You missed it. I was Empress. I've just been crowned Empress and you missed it. There was this whole thing and like, you know, you were Empress and had all the titles and it was really cool. What is up, Boomduck? Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for that raid. Dave the Tech, thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, adulthood is a calling. No problem, Senstoria. Welcome, Christopher Thrabin. Welcome, guys. Hello, Fluffy Dark. How was the stream, you guys? Seriously, you missed it. I'm Empress now. They did a whole thing. Wait, can I go back? Wait, fuck. Wait, what was it? Yeah, oh, fuck. There we go. This is me now. You can no longer call me Reaper. I am now Reaper of Terranfell, Empress of Calidia, first of her name, Duchess of Terranfell, chosen by the Four and blessed by Horel. That is who I am. I don't answer to Reaper no more. You gotta have all that. All of it. All of it. Dark, I am good. This game is amazing. Thank you! Chosen by the Four and blessed by Horel, thank you. You gotta add that in. Dark, I am good. This is such an amazing game. This is only a demo, guys, but it's an amazing. We've had, Senstoria, who is the creator and developer of it, has been in my chat as well, and it's been awesome just, like, talking to them and things like that. Oh, it's so good. How was your guys' stream? What were you doing? Was it just talking tonight, or were you guys playing a game, or? I'll take a minute. We can all just enjoy this screen. Right? Just enjoy it. Oh, Reaper of Terranfell. Empress. I could get used to this. I'm just gonna go with Madam. Fair. You were being farmers doing some Stardew? Wait, when you say you were doing Stardew, does that mean Tompy was doing all the farming, you and Boomer were doing all the romancing, and Larry was trying to fuck shit up? That's what usually happens with you guys. Almost heard chosen by the Force. Look, I might have also almost said chosen by the Force, okay? I knew it! I know. Okay, it's scary how well I know you guys at this point. This is scary. Too much Star Wars in me. No, Winnie. Same, sweetie. I was busy putting all the furniture in Larry's house. Boomer was trying to woo Elliot. Boomer's going for Elliot? Oh yeah, he did like the seaside husbando. Okay, I'm gonna continue through this. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And then, long live me! Dana
Danish, good evening. Hello. See, Danish was ahead of the game. He's been calling me Dark Empress for like ever now. He's ahead of the game. How are you, Danish? How was your week? Oh, Tompy, thank you for putting in the game as well. Appreciate it. Okay. So, we're at my coronation. And I've just been crowned Empress of Clydia. Like, we about to party. Okay. The general enthusiasm was contagious, and I caught myself smiling and waving at the crowd with a bit too much vigor. Good night, Tompy. Wow, y'all okay? Are y'all okay? I think you guys have some issues you need to talk out. Okay. Ooh, okay, so same day, evening. Am I just sitting on that throne enjoying it because it's my throne now? The party was in full swing, and if I was still beaming, my head was starting to hurt with the incessant solicitations of people coming to pay their respects. You should empty this glass into a flower pot and ask one of the servants to pour you grape juice instead. Or maybe I had had too much wine, if I was being honest. I couldn't remember how many times my glass had been refilled. But one thing I knew, it had never stayed empty. Even if Marjorie was probably right, I pouted. Come on, Marjorie. Am I not allowed to have a bit of fun? It's my coronation day after all. She shook her head with a tender smile. You can't do this You can't do this precisely because it's your coronation day, sweetheart. Some people might be subtler about it than others, but everyone is watching you and judging you. She was right, and I knew it. I let myself relax perhaps a bit too much, carried away by my enthusiasm. That acknowledgement didn't stop me from having a deep sigh of despair. Well, I didn't come here to coddle you. I know you're perfectly capable of managing the situation. I just wanted to officially congratulate you. No one deserves this title more than you, and you'll make an incredible Empress. Her face sparkled with pride and affection, and I felt my heart melt under her praise. Her opinion had always mattered a lot to me, and I felt myself go back to the little girl I once was, who always sought her approval. I hesitated for an instant, but finally I let myself gently hug her, making sure not to spill my glass on her in the process. Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you for everything. She kindly stroked my hair, and
That's sexy. Fucking do it.
Giving a hug. Yeah, let's do that. Hug people. Christopher Throbbing, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Appreciate that. Welcome. She kindly stroked my hair, and I stayed in her embrace for a few moments, just long enough to regain control of my emotions, which were threatening to make me cry. She gently patted my back to remind me of my duties, and I finally let go of her, my face now wearing a more neutral expression. Go on, sweetheart. I won't keep you any longer. People are queuing to talk to you. She was right. As much as I tried to hide it, many people stood nearby, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on me as soon as I'd be free. The quickest to the mark was a young woman I'd never seen before. She pretty. One look at the pretty dreadlocks she sported, decorated with small golden jewels, told me her background. Magnificent coronation, Your Grace. Her melodious accent convinced me I was right, and I flashed her a courteous smile. Thank you. Lady Asha, are you not? She seemed surprised for a second, then her face lit up. I'm not going to be able to keep that voice for her. Well, I'm flattered you recognized me before I could even introduce myself. I don't know who spoke of me to you, but I do hope they said good things. Yeah, maybe I'll give her a little bit higher. She gave a small laugh as if to brush off this pleasantry, which I knew had a much deeper meaning. Wait, can we romance the girls? Wait.
I need to know. Can I romance the women? Wait! Can I romance? I think I can romance her. Oh! Oh! Okay, I'm not gonna ruin it for anybody else. But I think I know who I can romance. Oh, Christopher Throbbit. Christopher, she cute? She cute? But there's a DLC coming out for another character, and that's the one I want. I've already had a fangirl moment over this one. But she cute. Oh, she cute. Hi. Oh, well, okay. Oh my god. I think there's only like 4. There's only like 3 or 4. 4 with the DLC, I think, of like romances. So this could be a really easy, like, if you wanted to go through and romance them all, potentially. I don't know.
After all, I had indeed heard a lot about her, both from Queen Maeva? Let's go with Maeva. Queen Maeva, who had warmly recommended her to me, and from Robert, who had tried to paint her as an ungodly heathen and temptress the minute she had set foot in the capital. Okay, Robert, chill. Of course. Your queen keeps showering you with praise. Then allow me to return her kindness, and to tell you how fantastic Maeva is. She'll make a formidable ally. Her familiar way of talking about her ruler made me quirk an eyebrow, but I didn't mention it. After all, Assyrian customs were much different from ours, and her relationship with her queen was none of my concern. As long as she didn't use the same casual tone while talking about Calidian nobility, there would be no issue. In any case, I do hope Calidia is to your liking, Lady Asha. Unfortunately, I still haven't had the time to visit your beautiful lands and to taste your many specialties. Therefore, the question may be a bit premature. She gave me a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes, which made me see that her answer was an elegant way to not speak ill of the place without lying. Okay, we're not looking at that. Now that it was my castle and my nation, it did upset me a little, but I couldn't be mad at her for finding the place a bit drab. My father had never had a keen eye for interior design. We gotta fix that! I was about to ask her more futile questions when Robert stepped into the space between us. The gesture was overtly rude, but his position allowed him to act in that manner, and I had turned away from Asha to listen to what he had to say. Your Majesty, please forgive me for interrupting, but I must speak with you on a topic of the utmost importance. He barely hid the dirty look he gave Asha. She understood the message and gracefully curtsied. I'll go breathe some fresh air in the gardens. If you'll excuse me, Your Majesty. I mentally took note of where to find her if I wanted to continue the conversation and bowed to her in lieu of goodbye. Then I focused my attention on Robert, wondering with some trepidation if something bad had happened. What's going on? Don't worry, Your Majesty. Nothing that will spoil your night. I just wanted to make sure that you were taking my warnings about the Assyrian diplomat seriously. I don't find her trustworthy at all. I had to hold back a sigh. It was quite distressing to see him go to such trouble only to interrupt my conversation with a foreign dignitary. Please be comforted. She wasn't inviting me to dance naked in the sea in honor of the snake god Sif. Sif. I had said that in a playful tone, hoping to lighten the mood, but he looked even more upset. You should take this issue at heart. Those people are insidious. They seem nice. You let your guard down, and by the time you realize you've fallen into the trap of a witch, it's much too late. I didn't have the patience to hear more of this, and I took an offended expression. Do you believe my faith could be so easily shaken, High Priest? Taken aback, he immediately softened and apologized profusely. I relaxed in turn. I'm taking note of your worries, and I promise I'll be careful. But you must also understand that you simply cannot say such things about a foreign guest, especially not in public. This could have serious diplomatic consequences. He scowled once more, but didn't say a word, politely bowing instead. I understand, Your Grace. A short silence passed between us before he turned away, mumbling something about prayers he had to make. For the first time of the night, I found myself alone. and no one came to talk to me, perhaps for fear of getting caught in the fallout from this tense conversation. I enjoyed that respite, and decided to go talk to... Gotta double check. I gotta double check.
And there you have it, folks. The one of these people I did not expect. Alexander is the general. He's like, I feel like there's like a young romance between MC and Alexander, like when they were kids, like, you know, maybe they had a crush on each other, whatnot. Asha is the liaison that we just met. Theodore threw me for a loop. I did not think he was going to be a romantic interest. He is, excuse me. He is Keanu Reeves.
The Duke of Fadam.
The one who's like, everyone will accept you, but I know what you're doing, and it's like, wow, okay, so we have, like, friends to lovers kind of thing. Let's say that. I think it's from, like, young, like, you know, growing up love. We have the different cultures kind of love. And then we have the standoffish to love. So... Enjoy, Gwynny. Thank you so much for stopping by.
I don't know how to do polls. Oh, fuck.
I don't know how to do polls. Okay. I'm gonna make this really easy if you guys want to do this. One in the chat. 1 for Theodore, 2 for Alexander, 3 for Asha. In the chat, who I should go talk to. 1, 2, 3. Literally that. 1, 2, 3. In the chat. How do I know you're gonna say 3, Dark? I'm gonna eat a cookie. I'll give you guys some time. This is a really good game. Guys, I love this. I love this so much. 3, okay. I should have seen that. I should have seen this coming. I'll give you guys another minute. I think Asha's in the win, though.
Said bye earlier and I didn't see it. Bye, Mom. Sleep well. I hope the car service is okay in the morning.
Your subjects judging you? There's an easy way around that. Off with their heads.
I'm actually trying not to be that kind of Empress.
So, I am very interested in the romance with Theodore because I am a big, like, I'm a big enemies to lovers trope. That is top tier trope for me. I love enemies to lovers tropes. But there's a spy for our family, and he's called the Master of Murmurs. And he is going to be, Senstoria told me in the chat, the creator, the developer of this game told me in the chat, people love him so much, they're going to do a DLC with the Master, where you can romance the Master of Murmurs. That is mine. That is mine. That's the one I want. Oh. So, to be honest, these 3 I'm just kind of like, Theodore is the most interesting to me for, again, that enemies to lovers trope.
Alexander's adorable. I always love a, you know, a good general Empress, you know, relationship. Like, that's cute too. Asha's hot. She's cute. I would be down for that too. I'm down for all of these in different ways. Master of Murmurs, though, got my number. He took off his hood, and I was just like, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Not even the clothes, not even the cloak. Just the hood, and I was like, yeah. I'm just gonna add you to the shipping. So we got two threes and 1 2. Danish, I'm sorry. You lost out, man. Asha, let's go talk. I was very aware of how ironic it felt to meet up with Asha to continue our conversation. Robert's words buried in a deep, dark corner of my mind, as if they had never existed in the first place. Like she had mentioned, she was enjoying the fresh breeze in the gardens, and I had no trouble finding her. She was leaning against the, big words, balustrade of a gazebo. Casually, I came closer, and I leaned next to her, admiring the stars. I'm terribly sorry for that rude interruption, but one can't keep the gods waiting, as the saying goes. The little phrase was supposed to lighten the mood, but Asha gave me an indecipherable look that piqued my curiosity. Forgive me. I know your customs, but some of them are very hard for me to grasp. You mean the fact that we have different gods? To my great surprise, she shook her head, making her dreadlocks dance around her. No, we have so many gods. I would be surprised if yours existed in some way in our pantheon. It's rather the concept of priests that baffle me. Gods are all powerful beings. Why would they lend their voice to fallible humans? Asha got a point, though? If they have anything to say to anyone, ours speaks directly to the person in question, without the risky interference of a go-between. Clearly, I wasn't expecting that line of thinking, and my mind, fogged up as it was by alcohol, didn't help me find convincing arguments. That irritated me quite a bit, as I always disliked not having the final word. Asha must have mistaken the nature of my contrariety, that word. And she flashed me her most beautiful, contrite smile. Oh! But I'm rambling. There's so many more interesting things to talk about, especially tonight. Like your magnificent coronation, or this delicious wine from the islands that you've been serving, for example. I usually wasn't one for small talk, but I couldn't get enough of her melodious accent, which I'm not giving her at all, because I don't got that. But you know, you play this for yourself, you can imagine any accent you want, because they are also supposed to have French accents, and I can't do a French accent, so this is my disclaimer. I should have done that in the beginning or much earlier, but disclaimer. Which emphasized her impeccable pronunciation. Okay, I can do that. Almost by instinct, I swirled the contents of my wine glass, which I had been foolishly holding, untouched, since Marjorie had warned me. At least this time it allowed me to get to know my interlocutor? I fuck up. Sacre bleu. No, I can't say that. You're right. It is good. It's of Assyrian import, isn't it? I've lost the voice I had for me. She swirled the wine around in her own glass, her gesture practiced and skillful before taking a little sip, her eyes closed. Yes, without a doubt. Black Castle, even. Half doubtful, half impressed, I didn't hide my surprise. You can tell where it's from just like that. Yes. Before working for Queen Maeva, I was a trader in that field. In fact, my travels were the reason I discovered your culture and learnt your language. Once more, I looked at her, intrigued and impressed. You sail? Numerous superstitions made it so that women were unwelcome on boards of ships in Calydia. Just imagining her on the seas was breathtaking. Oh no, I don't have any seafaring skills. I'm incapable. Oh no, I don't have any seafaring skills.
I'm incapable of reading a map or using a sextant. I leave that to the captain. I only take care of the products, or rather, I used to only take care of the products. How impressive. You look as young as me, and yet you seem to have led a much more eventful life. My reply seemed to surprise her, as she tilted her head to the side, making the metal beads in her hair chime. I think you're a bit younger than I am, Your Grace. And besides, you're Empress.
I am. Sorry.
The title made me smile, almost despite myself, but it didn't entirely remove the melancholy from my voice. From today only. I could only guess the life she had led, but I felt frustrated in comparison to have waited all these years in the shadows. All I had done was study and place the rare pawns at my disposal in the best way I could to prepare my coronation. And that took me like a month. Fuck. Without the stroke of luck that had ended my father's life prematurely, I could have waited much longer. Scholars always said he was as healthy as a horse. Solemnly, she held out her glass to invite me to toast and looked me in the eye. But you'll rule for a great many years to come, and I'm glad to be here, in Calidia, to witness it, Majesty. She seemed sincere, and somehow her words managed to lighten my heart, while our glasses clinked against one another. She was right. Holding on to the past was useless. I had to look to the future, now that I truly had the power to change it. And I'm glad to have you by my side as well, Asha. I hope that the bonds between Assyria and Calidia will be strengthened thanks to your presence. I'll do my best, Your Grace. There was a short silence while we sized each other up, and happily recognized in each other the same wit and the same strength of character. Finally, she lifted the glass to her lips and drained it with a sensual sort of elegance. I set aside Marjorie's advice for a second and followed suit. This party was, after all, held in my honor, and I wanted to savor a good glass of wine in good company under the stars. Ooh. Why am I smack talking boomer now? Good night, Dark. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you guys again for the raid. I really appreciate it. Have a good night.
And it is my cup of tea. This, yes.
Your Grace, as you surely know, an essential task that comes with your role as a ruler is to listen to your subjects' petitions. They've accumulated since your father's death and even before. He was never very fond of that duty. Now that you've been crowned, you'll need to dedicate them a fair share of your time. It's especially important because the other advisors and myself have gotten used to lodging petitions on matters that require your attention, but do not fit into the council's agenda.
What? You like the game? I would have never guessed. I mean, I do. I kind of don't really have emotions to things that I like or dislike, you know? And I'm just kind of like, you know, I could take it or leave it a lot of the time, so my emotions, yeah, it doesn't help you guys. Okay, so this is a new aspect of the game, which is skip the tutorial. I need to play through because I have no idea what it is, so explain it to me. All of this is very new to me. I won't say no to further explanations. Petitions are matters that require your informed judgment, whether they pertain to trials, grant requests, or other various issues. The other advisors and myself are usually tasked with submitting them, but we may also pass on requests coming directly from your subjects. I divide them into two stacks: urgent affairs and current affairs. Of course, urgent affairs must be attended as soon as possible. I've added an exclamation mark to the stack for more clarity. As long as all urgent affairs have been dealt with, I won't give you any current affairs, so as not to distract you with futile matters. As with everything that requires your input, petitions may necessitate the mobilization of certain resources, but don't forget that they can also offer opportunities. Good decisions can turn out to be quite lucrative. Finally, you must keep in mind that improving the living conditions of your people will ensure their affection for you, and in the long run, will contribute to the realm's prosperity. Is that clear? Okay, yeah. That makes sense. It all makes sense now.
Perfect. I suggest that you deal with one of mine first. It's an issue that has been on my mind for a while. He took a moment to rummage through the items on the table before handing me a sealed parchment roll. 'Tis a matter of urgent importance, Here you go. Well then, I'll let you study that on your own and go about your business. Feel free to go through more of them so you can grow familiar with the process. You'll be informed of their outcome in due time. Even if the crown is yours, I'd be wary of your bastard brothers. For some, an illegitimate son is far better than a woman, and I wouldn't want the nobility to use this as an excuse so they can get rid of you the first chance they get. I've tasked the Master of Murmurs.
You mean future husbando?
Ah! Oh, sorry. We went with Asha, Sinstoria. We went with Asha.
I let everyone in the chat know that I'm waiting for that DLC in the Master of Murmurs.
But we're probably gonna go Asha because she also really hit me.
I did not realize Theodore was going to be a romance. I just thought he was like one of the other characters, like the priest. And then he was in the choices, and I was like, the fuck? You guys really surprised me on the Theodore one. But we're going Asha. Oh, she's so pretty. She's so pretty.
I've tasked the Master of Murmurs, again future husbando, with investigating them. At the moment, it seems that most of them live a modest life as craftsmen or servants, but the simplest minds can be the easiest to sway, especially since you haven't established any bond with them, which means that nothing will stop them from betraying you. I suggest dealing with the issue in a permanent way.
Oh, you want me to kill all my siblings? Okay.
Alden of Valbleu. Okay, we're just gonna stop reaps.
Okay, we have some cause.
You're right, it's best not to take any risks, though I loathe these methods. I can't risk a civil war or a coup. I've given too much of myself to end up like that.
Have them assassinated. Fuck.
As long as they haven't done anything to me, I refuse to let paranoia get the best of me and have them assassinated. However, I do recognize that my half-brothers are a threat, and I believe we should definitely keep an eye on them. Assign spies to each of them, and we'll decide how to react if they start plotting against me, which is probably the one I'm gonna go. I refuse to become a tyrant like my father and to let paranoia trap me in a spiral of violence, so I'll take the opposite approach. I'll make them happy, which should ensure that they don't have any desire to take my title from me or to cause me harm. Send someone to ask them what they want and do your best to satisfy their wishes. Make sure they're aware of my role as their patron.
If everyone is assassinated, there's no need to worry about your enemies because there are none. There's also, there won't be any people either. You kind of need people to rule a country, y'all. Y'all going really happy with, these just chopping off of heads.
I see you, Bloody Marys, okay?
God. I should probably not be king.
I'm gonna keep spies on them. And then if they start plotting against me, I'll react.
The gods are with me. Right, gods? Work with me, please, please. I have 18, use up 3. That's fine. I'm really glad I went diplomacy, actually.
Your Grace, all our spies are in place, and for the moment, they haven't noticed anything suspicious. Following the first report, I've decided to set up increased surveillance around Aaron Villis, who appears to be having a fling with the daughter of a local lord, and Yassine Le Cordonnier. Oh, fuck. As he is at the Count of that name court. I'll keep you updated on situation's evolution. Master of Murmurs. Also known as Master of my Heart. Okay. So we have 2 actions. So policies and petitions, and diplomacy is not implemented yet, but that will be something as well. Let's look at policies.
Okay, so I see what it is. Every phase, we can go back to these and change them.
But I'm kind of still okay with this. It seems to be working.
Money's gonna be an issue in the future, but
I mean, I could make it higher and then the people be broke. It'll be even. Nah, I'm gonna keep it. Okay, petitions. Your Grace, the guards have finally caught the thief who had been looting Astruck's great fair for a few months now. It turns out the thief wasn't a man as we expected, but a woman, and a tough one at that. Ooh. Despite the trap I laid out, which is perfectly executed, she managed to kill many of our men in her attempt to flee justice. The town guard is very upset, but the Master of Murmurs was swayed by the thief's talents. He'd like for her to be exempt from justice so he can make her one of his agents. Personally, I'm against the idea. This woman isn't trustworthy. She deserves to be punished for her crimes. But the decision is yours to make. Look, if the decision is mine to make, don't ... after. Just one period is fine. I hate when people do that. Like, this is my opinion, but it's up to you. ... I know it's up to me, especially when I'm the Empress. Like, don't do the fucking ... to me. And that's from Alexander. Okay. The Master of Murmurs knows how to spot rare talents. If he wants to train her, then this girl must truly have great potential. We always need good agents to serve the crown. Seems a waste to let her talents rot in a cell. Give a few coins to the families of the deceased. That should be enough to ease their bitterness. That the guilty party will escape justice. Duly noted! Like, don't make that, no, don't change the game, don't change that. I just like making fun of it when that happens. IRL, people will do that too, and like little sticky note messages like, hey, can you do this? Like, I think this way is better, but it's your project, ... and like, don't insult me. Don't insult me. Don't insult me with the ... Don't do it! I did notice, yes. I noticed the weirdest things, okay? Apologies. I noticed the tiniest things. Even if I don't doubt this girl's skills, I wouldn't want to exempt a thief, worse, a murderer, from justice. The law is unwavering, and I believe it's important we all remember that. She'll be punished for her crimes, and the souls of our dead guard will finally be able to rest in peace. I am in love with and trust the Master of Murmurs. So, I'm gonna give some coin. I gotta be careful. I need to stop giving coins. But I'm gonna give coins and keep her because she could be useful. And since I'm not killing people, I need more spies and I need more good spies. So I think this is gonna be a win-win for me. And if I die, well, you know, you do crazy shit for love, right? That's just what you do. I know you have concerns about my work, about how my work is done, but your work sucks, so... ... Okay, I'm gonna pay, let the Master of Murmurs have this talent. We're not romancing Alexander this round anyway, it's fine. Oh, the people don't like me, though. Your decision to let me take Minerva, ooh, I like that name, under my wing was wise indeed. She's even more talented than I thought. All she needed was structure and a goal. Two things that I have provided her. I still have to perfect her training, but I do not doubt for a second that she will be a remarkable asset in the future, Your Grace. Master of Murmurs. Master of Murmurs likes, okay, good. Every choice doesn't lead to your death. Hopefully. We got some, okay, the people kind of like me back. Okay, we got stuff, we're getting stuff. I don't get any money because I'm broke. That's a problem. Next round, I've got to up the taxes, at least for one round, if I can get the people to like me. See, it's stuff like that of being like, okay, if I survive, I can do this next round, and I'll have this much of the people liking me, like, in reserve, so that I can, like, up the taxes, or, like, hey, the nobility really like me, so I can, like, take back theirs and get something without, like, that stuff is, I love things like that. And again, it has its turns, which is really nice. We're getting story, we're getting romance, we're getting little bits of like, hey, this guy butted in and we're like, you know, trying, not even at that point, we were trying to romance Asha. We were actually just trying to be diplomatic. And you have little things like that that does remind you that you are Empress and you have to do diplomatic things. But then you take a break from that and you go into, okay, management mode. Issues have arisen. I need to look at the stock of things we have. Like, I love systems like this because especially for my mind, I have to be, I'm focused on this. Now I'm focused on this. Now I'm focused on this. And we're back to this. Like, that works beautifully in my mind. So, it's kind of like why I like Wordle. I just started Wordle, guys. God, don't. I'm mad at myself for starting Wordle, okay? Don't come at me. Anyway. I was truly glad to be Empress now. But as I had expected, I hadn't had a single moment to myself since my coronation. There was an endless and continuous stream of people paying their respects to me and of more or less futile issues to solve. Even if I was happy to finally be able to exercise my power legitimately, I also felt that I needed a break. Thus, after taking care of the most urgent matters, I decided to take a moment to relax in my bedroom, the gardens, the library. Ooh. I'm gonna bet my bedroom will be Alexander, the gardens will be Asha, and the library will be Theodore. That's my guess. I want to go to the library, though, because I like libraries, and libraries make me feel very comfortable. So, those are my guesses. I'm gonna go to the library, though. Oh my god! Oh my god! I play too many dating sims. I play too many dating sims. I play way too many dating sims. Way too many. Way too many. Oh my god. I want to say, okay, let's talk about this. I like this. And then when you hover over it, it tells you who's there. I really, really like that because then you might have your own feelings of like, hey, you know what? My character actually just want to go to the bedroom. And then it's like, oh, hey, going to the bedroom, we'll talk with Alexander. So it may sway your judgment because if it's always the character name, sometimes people are like, okay, character name, I gotta go there because that's the one I'm romancing, and I gotta go there, and I gotta go there, and I gotta go there, and I gotta go there. But if you've made a decision based on like your like what you want to do or what your character wants to do, depending on like how you play these games, choosing one and then being like, oh, that's not who I'm romancing. Do I want to go to the library? Or do I want to go to the place that to the person I'm romancing? Like, you have a little bit more of a conflict kind of thing as well. And it might lead to, you know, saucier paths. It might lead to being like, wow, I really wanted this person, but the things I want to do personally actually kind of align with this person more. And it gives them that kind of thing, because I put myself very much into games like this. That's probably very weird to say, but I do. That's kind of an interesting thing going on here. Because I wouldn't go to my bedroom and I wouldn't go outside. I would go to the library. But I definitely play too many dating sims. Oh my god. I'm going to the library. Let's see, Theodore. Hello. MC gets it. I had always appreciated the serene atmosphere in that place. It seemed like the ideal spot for a break. Libraries, guys. Libraries. I'm glad since this scene with Theo is one of my favorite. Oh, okay. Okay, we have a developer favorite. Let's go. Well, as long as I didn't get tangled up in history books or tomes of military theory. Tomes? Just, Reaper, you need to listen to more words. Knowing myself, I was very capable of falling into that trap and staying here until midnight, taking notes. Aww. It was best if I restrained myself to picking a novel or some poems, even if books of either sort were scarce. That way I could truly let my thoughts run free. After all, it had been a while since I had last read. A good adventure novel, a beautiful love story, an amusing, heartfelt tale. I am a sucker. I'm gonna go for a beautiful love story. Because I am a sucker.
This is part of the reason why I'm playing this game. It's because there's romance.
There we go. Yes, it had been too long since I'd last read a novel full of passion and intrigue, like The Rose of Terranfell. Ooh. How many times had I devoured that book in my younger years before my age forced me into more academic pursuits? I missed it all. The idea of my upcoming read put me in a good mood, but I stopped dead in my tracks when I spotted Theodore engulfed in a book. Ever since we had met, every time we saw each other, I felt his gaze on me, studying me with severity, as if he was a Myriad himself come to judge me and decide upon my spot in heaven. In fact, I had gotten so used to seeing his dour and scowling face that I was surprised to find him looking quite serene. In truth, when his features weren't puckered up in sternness, he was rather elegant. For once, he looked at ease, and I didn't have the heart to bother him. Since I had come there myself in search of some peace and quiet, I decided to leave him alone. With all the softness in the world, I tried to close the door behind me, only to hear the blasted thing creak as if I had opened the hatch to hell.
I also really, really appreciate the speaking and the internal monologue of MC. Like, day and fucking night. But that is what royals do. You have to act a certain way and say things a certain way. And in your thoughts, you're just like, fuck this shit, fuck you. I wish I could chop your head off, but I'm trying not to be a horrible ruler. So, fucks there. This is great.
The writing in this is superb. I love it.
Despite me not being able to say lots of words, but that's on me. That is a me problem.
Disturbed in his reading, Theodore lifted his nose from his book and stared at me, his expression immediately turning into a frown.
Look, buddy, I was trying to be nice.
Hello, Your Grace. Holding back a sigh, I approached him with a polite smile. Hello, my lord of Faram. Now that I had been spotted and he had greeted me, I might as well stay and chat. Even if we had found an agreement, I was still wary of Faram's intentions as regarded my throne. It couldn't hurt to learn a bit more about him. The book that had fascinated him seemed to offer a perfect topic of conversation, but I couldn't read the letters engraved in the leather from where I stood. What is this book you're so deep into? He abruptly closed the book and placed it on his knees in such a way that I absolutely couldn't read the title. Suspicious. That's none of your business. His attitude was exasperating, but I chose to give him a teasing smile. Oh, were you by any chance reading an indecent book? Everything in my tone suggested I was joking, but he seemed to take it quite badly and sat upright, his expression upset. It is very improper of you to suggest such a thing. It's very improper of you to have so little sense of humor. My sense of humor is perfectly intact. So you're questioning my etiquette? I never said anything of the sort. But what if I did? I took a deep breath and held back the scathing retort about to escape my lips.
No, let it out, let it go. No. This is the enemies to lovers. You just go at each other and then you just start kissing. Like, that's how it works, right? That's how that whole thing works, right? That's yes. I'm pretty sure that's all okay. Oh, but I'm Empress.
See, in reality, I couldn't be a ruler of any kind because I would just be like,
That's just way too honest.
After all, I was the one who had started this conversation, hoping to smooth our relationship, even if I would have paid good money to see him lose that superior and smug expression he liked to display. In any case, it makes sense that you'd still have things to learn. You weren't ready for this. He said that nonchalantly, almost sympathetically, and I couldn't tell if he was trying to be friendly or if it was yet another elaborate provocation. I read that word so many times, I actually don't think I know how to pronounce it. Provocation? Provocation? Fuck. The words I read but don't know how to pronounce. Does anyone else have that problem? I read so many books and so many fan fictions and I know what words mean, but I have no idea how to pronounce them. In any case, he had managed to rile me up. I beg your pardon. You heard me. Stop acting as if you're a powerful heir who can carry the entire nation on her shoulders. I'm not a fool. You've been kept away from the court for half your life. In truth, you don't have the slightest clue of the mess you've gotten yourself into. You've led a privileged life without any difficulties, away from the plots and issues of your kingdom. Now that your father's dead, you've taken the first chance you had to steal his crown like a vulture.
Whoa! Theodore, I need you to take like 10 steps fucking back. I'm so sorry. You and your dad had a great little, relationship. Me and the MC and our father did not. Back up.
I'm sure the throne was still warm when you decided to sit on it.
The fuck, dude?
He wasn't wrong about that last point, but I couldn't tolerate his half-baked insults any longer. Be careful with your words, Theodore. You're getting dangerously close to royal treason. My father was assassinated, abruptly. I didn't have the luxury to hesitate, and I was only fulfilling my duties. Although I was seething inside, I had to stay firm and to make sure not to raise my voice too much, which would only have discredited me. Your father was assassinated because he was greedy for power, because he was cruel, and because over time he had made too many enemies to count. You're his flesh and blood. What could possibly convince me that you're not like him, that you're truly acting out of duty? Was that the crux of the issue? He thought I was like my predecessor? The simple idea of it made me nauseous. Have you met him, at least? I seriously doubt that. If that were the case, your insolence would have had you thrown in prison on the spot. That you're not in a cell right now should be enough to demonstrate the difference between my father and I. But I imagine it'll be hard for you to believe me, whatever I say. It's extremely difficult, even impossible, to make someone who's already formed an opinion change their mind. I'll admit I'm disappointed in you. I thought you were an educated man. But clearly you're backwards enough to judge me on the blood that flows through my veins rather than my own actions. As for my privileged life, what do you know of it? You've never been a woman in a world ruled by men, a queen in a world of kings. You're a beloved son, destined from birth to become the head of your family. On the other hand, I've been kept away from my birthright, and I had to fight to get even the tiniest sliver of power. And now you dare to tell me I'm privileged.
Oh fuck.
I had managed to keep my composure, but anger and sarcasm vibrated powerfully in my voice, and that appeared to shut him up. I think you're feeling threatened by my rule. But if this can make you feel better, right now I don't intend to waste my energy on people who already have everything. Especially not on account of resentments that predate my birth. The changes I make, I will make them for my people. For the farmers who work my lands. For the women and children who have forged the future of the Empire. Reminding myself of my own convictions had calmed me down a bit, and I felt my body relax while I continued. And you know what, Theodore? You're right. I'm more than happy to be Empress. It's a dream come true. A dream for which I have fought because I want to earn this position. You think I'm naive, that I believe ruling is easy? Even though wearing the crown still won't stop people like you from questioning my legitimacy? I know it's hard, Theodore, because things have never been easy for me. You clearly know nothing of my life, and yet you don't hesitate to criticize it. Before you presume to tell me I have a lot to learn, you should consider expanding your own knowledge. Even if I had calmed down, I still felt out of breath. My heart beat too loudly in my chest. Rather proud of my tirade, I was going to gracefully turn around and leave him there, astounded. But he recovered much faster than I had thought. With a peaceful gesture, he put down the book he had been holding on his knees onto the table. Then he got up so he could better take a bow. I may have underestimated the hurdles you've had to overcome and the efforts you've had to make. I hadn't expected him to admit he was wrong, rather than attacking me again, and I stayed quiet. Things haven't been easy, as you've implied from me either, Majesty. But I suppose it'd be hypocritical of me to act offended now. His tone had softened, but I was still on the defensive. Nonetheless, I tried to make my voice sound as neutral as possible. You suppose right. I believe in hard work, and what is earned through sweat and tears. Even if I'm still unsure of your abilities, you're right. I should at least give you a chance to prove your worth. I'll rule with dignity because that is where I'll rule with dignity because that is where lies my duty as an empress. Not because I believe I have anything to prove to anyone, especially to you. Of course. Since I didn't want to throw fuel on the fire, I didn't reply, and he bowed before leaving the library, accompanied by the insufferable creaking of the door.
Do I get to see the book? I wanted to see what he was reading. That was so good. That was a really good thing. Oh, I loved that. Oh. Two people who come from higher families that have the quote-unquote easy life, but one being a woman, feel like, dealing with stuff on that and that end, and whatever Theodore's going through. Okay, I'm intrigued. Fuck. I keep thinking, oh well, I'll do his route. It's like, the game's not out yet, Reaper. Oh, they're so good. V, good evening, how are you? Okay, let's go to my policies, because we will go through it. It'll give me stuff. So the nobility, how much do I have? Okay, the nobility is very high. My money is low. So, what can I take away from the nobility? Okay, that's nobility. We could do cordial. That's free trade. Offerings is moderate. I'm not going to tax the people. The people are already... I don't like how low that is. Okay, no. That's actually... No, the resources go down, but my resources is fine. There's so much influence! Fuck yeah! Yeah, I want to give some more to money. That would just be even. Nah. I can have 2 money choices of 3 or 3 money. Well, sorry, there's 5 things, so it could be 5 monies at some point. That's Senstoria. Oh my god. Just the bit for the Empress was amazing. Like, I was really getting into just like the things she was saying. And it set up very beautifully too. Like,
you do know, like, we know her brother's dead and that she blames her father for it. We've already had, like, the bastard brothers and things like that and dealing with things, and people who are very, very obviously not okay with an Empress, like a woman being on the line, like, when are you gonna get married? So the game so far set that up so well for her little thing. That was so nice. Okay. I've changed diplomacy from active to cordial just to give us one little thing of money. Everything else is staying the same though. My influence is fine. Maybe next time I'll make the taxes high because I can afford that with the people. But I still need a little bit more love from the people. The nobility can go fuck themselves because they love me already. Okay, continue. So you have actions. There was 3 before. I went to my policies. Now I have 2. Diplomacy will be added later, so it's probably gonna be like a 1-1-1 would probably be your best way to like do that. Unless you were fine with your policies and you're like, I'm never touching policies. I can put all of my stuff into the other 2. Your Grace, this won't be an easy task, but I'd like to suggest a modification of the current inheritance law in use since Magnus I. The goal would be to simplify it and avoid potential bloodbaths in the absence of a male heir. We love that! Taking inspiration from the rather vague rules of the First Kingdom of Terranfell, which had allowed Melisandre to become queen, I suggest changing the law so that the firstborn of the family becomes the heir, regardless of their gender. I'm okay with that. There's no doubt that such a big change might not please everyone, but I do think that in the long run this would only benefit Calidia. I agree. Okay, these are just decisions, there's no cost. I'm determined to personify change, even if it doesn't please everyone. This new law will be enacted, and we will have to be intractable when it comes its application, so that it becomes part and parcel of our customs. Such a change would be beneficial, but it would be hard to overturn the customs of an entire nation. Amend the law, but bake into it the possibility for a family head to designate in their will another heir amongst their children, if they believe the eldest isn't fit to govern. That will allow the most stubborn among them to circumvent the rule, but will solve the issue if a situation similar to mine arises. Okay, that's a good one. Such a change would be beneficial, but it might be too radical. There's a risk that it would create more conflicts than it solves. We should maintain the current law, but let's clarify it. Add an amendment stipulating that in the absence of a direct male heir, a female heir should be given preference if there is one. Okay, so it's kind of like, how far do you want to change the law here? What is this little alien on the letters? That might be where you have some symbols put in and it's not reading. Yay, we helped with something! It's only come up like maybe 2 times, and I think it's been in the actual letters themselves, so. Okay, so the law they want to change is from being the first male heir to the first any gender, like the first child will get it. And sometimes the first heir might not be beneficial. If you have let's say you have a male heir, but like your second is a girl and she would take care of it she would take care of things much better, Amending the rules so that you could choose. Had to designate in their will another heir amongst their children if they believe the eldest isn't fit to govern. That will allow the most stubborn among them to circumvent the rule, but will solve the issue if a situation similar to mine arises. I like that one. I think I'm gonna go with this. My backlog of bug fixes is becoming longer. I'm so sorry. I'm like, yay, I helped. And you're just like, oh fuck, there's another one. I'm so sorry. I'm also over here like, oh, I can't wait for it to come out as I add bugs to your list. Fuck. A few nobles, fuck you, you love me. A few nobles gnashed their teeth when they saw these changes, but since they're still able to elect their sons, they only bared their fangs on principle. Well, go bite some meat or something. Overall, I believe the law has been well received. Many people have recognized that indeed it'll help avoid useless and bloody succession wars. Fuck yeah! Okay, and then is there another petition? There is! Cool! Your Grace, we've noticed that a few of the beams that hold up the servants' quarters are currently rotting. The situation can still be salvaged, but if we let the mold spread, the beams will surely give out, and the ceiling might fall down. I think we should act quickly. Leon. I understand how important this issue is, but it's not a priority at the moment. We'll take care of it later. Oof, no thank you. Summon a carpenter immediately. Not only could the situation be dangerous, it could also be far costlier to redo the entire roofing, instead of repairing a few beams. It's best to be cautious. If the issue stems from mold, doing maintenance will only temporarily solve it. The new beams would end up molding too. Summon a scholar specialized in the field, ask them to identify the source of the problem, and to get rid of it for good. I have 12, I have 5, and I have 11. Let's do this one. Like,
look at that! Fuck the nobles, I am an empress of the people.
Your Grace, the scholar that you mandated has come and has treated the moldy beams with rituals and a mixture made of various powders. That should stop the mold from coming back and finishing off the weakened beams. To be on the safe side, we have decided to treat the entire castle using the method he has taught us. It'll take a few months, but I think it'll be worth it.
Fuck yeah!
I'm good. Look at this. Look at all that. We've got some money too, we got some faith. See, the faith I used up, we got it back.
GG, fam. GG.
Just as I walked into the gardens to rejoin the opposite wing of the castle, I had the surprise of seeing Theodore sitting on a bench, focusing on something. There was an inkwell next to him, and he held in his hand a sheet of paper and quill. However, his arm was up in the air, and his face sported an increasingly irate expression. I couldn't resist the urge to tease him a little, and I drew closer to him with a smile.
See, she's also really teasing. I love that for us. Okay, fuck.
No, Master of Murmur still has my heart. Theodore, the...
But Asha... Oh man, this is so fucking hard. I read it first. Then I had to laugh.
Are you writing a letter filled with diffident love for some castle servant or other? Your Grace. Clearly my comment surprised him, and I savored his scowl while he attempted to defend himself. Of course not. Not the kind of man who would court the staff. His look made me want to tease him a bit more, and I leaned forward so I could try to read a few words over his shoulder. But the paper was blank. Oh, a lustful letter to a lover in Faram, then. By the Thor! Stop it with your inappropriate fantasies. It's a letter to my mother. Her birthday is coming soon. Oh, I didn't know that. Will you please give her my best birthday wishes? This time he seemed surprised, but soon he went back to looking pitiful. As you wish, Your Grace. I'll put in a word in your favor. He was staring at his letter with a mix of hate and despair, and I decided to have a guess at his troubles. In need of inspiration? Absolutely not. I'm fine. Could you try not to scowl before you tell such an obvious lie? Stung, he tried to come up with a retort, but then he stopped himself and sighed, giving up on the argument. I always know what to tell her, usually, but right now I don't know what to write. And yet, somehow, you always find the right words to get a rise out of me. He gave me a lopsided smile, then shook his head with a sigh.
Lopsided... Fuck! No! Theodore... Fuck!
It's just not the same. You're right. It's very different. You need to be the opposite of annoying. For once he didn't talk back, and instead he kept contemplating his blank sheet. I guess the gift will have to be enough. I'm sure reading a few words from you would make her far happier than any gift. I can help you a little if you'd like. This is a private letter. I can't let you write it for me. It would be improper. His outraged tone proved me once more that his pride was too fragile for him to accept any kind of help. I was suggesting I might give you ideas, not do it for you. But I won't bother you any longer if it makes you uncomfortable. This has nothing to do with discomfort. It's a matter of principle. To write your letters on your own, or to do every single thing on your own? My reply was rather pointed, and he gave me a long look without saying a word. I didn't give him the chance to add anything further, and I turned around to leave. However, after I took a few steps, I spoke up again without turning around. But if you want a piece of advice, your mother must miss hearing from you just as much as you do hearing from her. Just tell her about you, about how this snake pit makes you feel. She'll find it easier to answer. He kept quiet, but I heard behind me the familiar sound of a quill scratching on parchment. I just hoped he wouldn't badmouth me too much. I was trying to strengthen our bond with Phanom, and I didn't want to be depicted as some sort of vixen who spent her time harrying him. Even if I had to admit that so far, I hadn't been very good at resisting my urge to tease him. It's just so much fun!
Oh, I am Chotomate. I can't go back in the game, but Dark had said it earlier. I am Reaper of Terranfell, Empress of Calidia, first of her name, Duchess of Terranfell, Blessed by the Four? And of Horan? Yeah, but I'm Empress. Master Murmur will come after. Yeah, DLC will come after. So what you're saying is I can enjoy everybody. I like the way you think. Okay. I'm good with my wait. What, do the people? Okay, we got a lot from the people. Which won't get any this time. It's fine. One round I'll do high taxes, and then I'll come back, because I'm very scared about my money right now. Everything else looks good. Let's continue. Oh my, that's a long title. Look, I've got a lot of things, okay, that, credit to me. I don't know how to say her name, because I actually didn't watch Game of Thrones, but I wanted a Daenerys vibe to the title. It is. It absolutely is. I love it. I'm currently watching The Legend of Vox Machina on Amazon and like getting into the Critical Role like actual play, like watching those vids and stuff like that. So Percy's title, I love it. Anytime that he's just like, Percival blah 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 blah, I'm like, yes. I wish IRL I could have a name like that. Considering I actually want to hyphenate my last name when I get married, I will at least have 4. So, and then if I wanted to put like Reaper in there somewhere, that would be cool. But I digress. I love it. I love the title. Okay, petition me up. Your Grace, forgive me for bothering you with such trivial matters, but I am in need of your impartial wisdom. 2 farmers from my village, Guthanok and Ropars, who own adjoined land, have been harboring a burning hate for each other for years, but as of late, their scuffles have escalated to a troubling extent. Ropars has just poisoned all of Guthanok's goats. He claims that he did so in retaliation for his neighbor's actions. The latter appears to have deliberately led his goats to his neighbor's field so they could graze on it and destroy part of the harvest. Oh my god, you people. During his interrogation, Guthanok, claimed in turn that he was taking revenge for the destruction of a fence, and so on and so forth. It never ends. It's impossible for us to determine who started the fight, and the tensions show no sign of subsiding.
Fadila, our priestess, has tried many times to act as a mediator, but to no avail. My sermons are just as useless. We've tried appealing to our Lord's justice, but he's been away from his lands for a few months now. It is out of desperation that I dare bother you, Your Majesty. I am convinced that you alone have the authority required to instill some common sense in these two idiots. May the Four protect you, Harzak, Mayor of Osborne. I don't have the time to solve petty squabbles, find the local lord and tell him to take care of this ridiculous fights which seem to worry the mayor so very much. Since it's impossible to know who truly started the fight, we'll have to turn to the gods. Tell Priestess Fadila to flip a coin in order to determine which of the two farmers should be punished. Thus, Myriad will speak. Once that's done, make a severe example out of the guilty party. Oof, that seems a little intense. It doesn't matter who started these childish squabbles. They're both at fault for escalating them. Tell the mayor to punish them both. Perhaps spending some time in prison together will help them see eye to eye.
I like this one. We're going with it.
Your Grace, the people, fuck it, okay? It's probably just you two who hate me. Your Grace, I've done as you asked. Indeed, it seems that during their time in jail, Ropars and Guethanok, I'm gonna fuck up that name, have found common ground. The resentment towards you.
Fine. You're welcome.
I started fearing that their grudge might lead them to try and cause you harm, and I've kept a close eye on them. However, I can assure you that their ludicrous plots are nothing for you to worry about. At least they have made up, and their farms have never been more flourishing. 1,000 thanks, Your Grace, for taking the time to shed your wisdom on this affair. May the Four protect you.
See, why are they resenting me when now their farms are flourishing? You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm waiting for the full season to be out, but I will watch this show too. I think I know people are like Critical Role is a lot because they're on campaign 3 now. And there's like 100+ episodes in campaign 1 and campaign 2, but you could start at the beginning of either campaign. You could start at campaign 3 if you wanted. I'm personally just interested in the Vox Machina one, which is the first campaign. I really like those characters. But if you don't want to get into that, or you're like, D&D is not my thing, the animated Vox Machina is great. It's just a fantasy story, and it's really, really good. So I definitely recommend it. If you're one of those people who wait till like it's out, fair enough. They've been doing it every week. They release 3 episodes, kind of like how Arcane did on Netflix, and I love how that works. I'm doing something for people who are kind of chilling and lurking in the chat. I'm doing something over in my Discord pertaining to the animated Vox Machina. So if you go to my Discord, look at the events, and you can see what I've got planned for some Discord stuff. Petition is actually a homage to Camelot, a French show I love so much.
Huh. You heard it here first, folks.
I like this. I like it because it's simple stuff. I mean, and like you have to use the resources somehow. It's simple, just like this, or this. Like those are your options. I kind of just realized that you and your team not only had to write the problems, but you also had to write the 3 options. And I really like all the options I've been given so far. None of them are like far left, far right, and middle. They're all kind of like, we know you want to be decent people, so here you go. But also there's sometimes where you're like, yo, you might, like, royalty does have to kill people in order to like kind of keep themselves safe. So here's some options of there too. That just kind of clicked in my head. Oh, these are so good.
I've been playing this game for 4 hours, 3.5 hours.
Your Highness, an important expedition is currently being set up. It will be led by the famous explorator, Ohio Smith, accompanied by 2 notable scholars. I'm gonna say Ohio Smith, the naturalist Melifaro, and the cartographer Silmathiel. Their goal is to set sail for the far end of the bellicose ocean so they can uncover whatever hides at the world's end. The scientific expedition would allow us to detail our maps and to research the fauna, the flora, and the geography of these new horizons. The Cardinals are very interested in this expedition, and many patrons have already contributed to it. That's why I humbly ask for your participation. High Priest Robert. Okay, so it's gonna be giving money. To learn about the world is a noble goal. We will gladly contribute to funding the expedition as long as we are the first to hear whatever information brings back.
I have 5, or I have 6, and that's 5.
If the Cardinals are so interested in this expedition, they can pitch in as well. We'll fund half of it, and we urge the priests and scholars to fund the other half. So this will be my religion, which we got, and 3. This might be my best option. I don't plan on funding such an uncertain expedition when there are much safer investments to make. If the Cardinals are so keen on this expedition, they'll have to fund it themselves. I do think it's a noble goal, but I also have to think about how much money I have, so I think I'm going to go with this one. Okay. If I haven't watched Indiana Jones, I feel like I'm gonna be attacked, but I have not watched Indiana Jones. I like that whenever something happens, you're just like, oh yeah, this is in reference to this, and this is in reference to this. It's so cute. Turbo, what is up? Why am I hitting you over the head with a baseball bat? It's like that peanut butter and jelly song from long, long, long ago. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. What happened, my friend? Oh, I should have probably put this in here. For those wondering, that's the game. Your Grace, the expedition is up and ready to go. May Varsan watch over them. The omens are good. I'm sure that the expedition will be a success. High Priest Robert. You can't fall asleep. No, Turbo. I feel that, though. I actually will probably finish the stream and then work on some stuff because I'm actually not sleepy. I'm a little hungry and tired, but I think that's just because I have the light on me and that can be really tiring sometimes. The days passed by in a blur, all similar to each other. New petitions to manage, new events to participate in, influential people to flatter. I had never had any illusions. I'd always known that my life as an Empress would be mainly paced by paperwork and diplomatic discussions, but sometimes it got a bit much. I knew the decisions I was making could change lives and minds, and I hoped that under my rule, my kingdom would prosper. But I couldn't see the results of my hard work after a mere few weeks. I had to settle for the little victories, and sometimes I caught myself hoping for something, anything to disrupt my day. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to be on the cards. Your Grace, would you have a few moments to spare me? Yes, I would. Yes, I would, Master of Murmurs. Startled out of my daydreaming, I looked at the unfinished letter in front of me and pushed it aside to give my full attention to the Master of Murmurs, who removed his hood after closing the door. Of course, I'm all ears. Today, a wandering caravan came from Vargas, was attacked by bandits while they were crossing the Elm Bridge. The merchandise was stolen, the guards were killed, and the people in the caravan are now being held hostage to be ransomed. By the 4, that's awful. I was now used to be the one who must find solutions, and I immediately started going through them in my mind. That bridge is a strategic location. It should have been better protected. We'll send men over there, and I'll ask Marjorie to send hers as well. Her men are closer by. They should be able to secure the area and limit the disruptions to that heavily trafficked commercial road. And put a bounty on these bandits. We have to find the hostages and deal with their captors as decisively as possible. Patiently, he let me finish. But as I saw his expression, I realized there was more to it, and I frowned. Is there something in particular that I should know about this caravan, Master of Murmurs? Softly, he nodded. Amongst the captured people is one of my agents, a master of spying and infiltration. He had been in Vargas for a few months to keep an eye on a family of nobles, and he was urgently coming back with some vital information. Does it have to do with my father's assassination? Do you think Vargas is guilty of it? No. At first glance, there's no connection. Your Your father's assassination is still under investigation, even if I have to admit that at the moment, we're somewhat stalled. Then what is this about? That's precisely the issue. I don't know. Apparently, it was crucial information. My agent has always been excessively prudent. He feared that his mail might be intercepted, and therefore he was reluctant to send me written information, even if our messages are always coded. So, you're telling me that one of our spies who infiltrated Vargas has been captured not far from the border while he was coming back with information of the utmost importance, and that you have no clue what that is. Finally, now that the four had decided to grant my wish of a little more excitement, I started regretting wishing for it in the first place. The situation didn't bode well. That's correct. Like you, I do find this coincidence suspicious, but we can't be sure of anything. If they just wanted to cover their tracks, they could have simply killed him right there and then, as well as the guards. Maybe they just got rid of the body. We can't exclude that possibility, but we've received a demand of ransom addressed to his family, like the other 4 hostages. I don't know. Well, in any case, we have to clear up the situation quickly. Do we have other agents stationed in Vargas who could try to learn what our spy knows? A few, yes, but I'm afraid that they won't be discreet enough if they were to approach the same people. The decision is yours to make. I know it's dangerous, but we still have to try. It's far too dangerous. We better play it safe. The agents should stay at their current post. Oof!
Ooh, there's a map. Ooh!
Assyria, Ambe, Meridian, Vargas. Vargas. So what? This is probably the bridge. Fuck you, Vargas. I mean, I have 27 influence. We have to try. I'm gonna try. Very well, Your Majesty. I'll order them to follow the same tracks as the agent, but he had been there for months. I doubt they can obtain quick results. I know, but if this information was crucial, we don't have a choice. We have to try. I understand. And for the bandits, what shall we do? I took the time to think and weigh my options before making a decision. Do we have any information whatsoever on these bandits? If they are who they pretend to be, they've been active all over the territory and always follow this pattern. We know little about them. For the time being, we have no idea of their whereabouts or who their leader is. Are they trustworthy? I mean, once the ransoms have been paid, will they truly release the hostages? Good question. So far, yes, they've kept their word. For the time being, we have no proof that this was a setup. We have to believe at the very least that our agent is alive. If they're known for keeping their promise, the best course of action is to pay the ransom without further discussions. Okay, I have 5. I could do that. We can't continue letting these bandits live on our lands, even if they're known for being trustworthy. I absolutely do not trust them, and I don't want to pay ransoms all over the place. Pretend to pay the ransom, but trap them. At least we'll have fewer bandits on our hands, and if our agent is already dead. I believe that this situation is far too uncertain to engage resources. If it's a trap, we'll lose more lives, and I refuse to finance these bandits any further. Even though it'll cost me, the only thing that we can do is have faith in this agent and in his abilities. If he's as talented as you claim, he should be able to give the slip to a handful of bandits. I've got 13. I'm going to use the military. There we go. Look, I need information, people. Very well, Majesty. I'll go talk to Alexander and prepare an ambush. We'll keep you appraised of the situation's evolution. Why do people hate me? Spring day, 59 afternoon. Your Grace, even though it had been carefully planned, I regret to inform you that our ambush was a failure. The bandits were well prepared, and when they spotted us, they started killing the hostages and running away. Fortunately, your agent is very resourceful, and he managed to escape. I'm bringing him back to the castle right as I'm writing this report. One of the bandits is dead, but the rest of the group managed to flee. I desperately want to make them pay for their actions and pursue them, but the agent claims that his information is urgent and vital. You must absolutely meet him as soon as possible, Your Grace. Alexander. Okay. I mean, I can't always be lucky. I survived the beginning when I probably shouldn't have. Unable to sleep, I got up to take a bit of fresh air at the window. As much as I told myself there was no point in speculating before I got the spy's report, I couldn't stop the foreboding I felt. And I was about to be proved right. Finish the demo of Imperial Grace. Everything's gonna be fine. This is fine. This is fine. The third option was a 50-50 chance of game over, too. Okay, please correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like a lot of the decisions, if you have 3 choices and like the first 2 have costs and the third one doesn't, and it's like a fates one, it's a 50-50. Whereas the chances of these might not have the perfect outcome, but it will have a better outcome. Like, you're less likely to have game over for these 2. This is a 50-50 chance game over. This is kind of like a no game over, but there's still a good situation and a bad situation. Am I wrong? If you can tell us that, if you want to tell us that. That's it. That's the game. Yeah, there's a few choices that are a gamble. Fair. So when you start this game, you can actually do it online, and it will take all your choices, kind of like Tales of the Borderlands, if you guys have played that, where it will compare your choices. Also, what other game? Detroit Becoming Human, where you can see other people's, what they chose. This game also has it, so this is really cool. You and 50% of the players have decided to promise a promotion to the witnesses. That means a lot of people killed them. Oh, okay. Like, you take a risk to have a better outcome, but to also lose big. That's fair, and that's cool, and that's awesome. I mean, yeah, go big or go home. This is literally go big or go home. The Quadrator. You and 55% of players have decided to bribe the Quadrator. Look, it worked, okay? Me to the other 55%, it worked. Did it not? It worked. The Baron's suspicions. You and 14% of players have decided to see what the Baron of Livalos wanted to announce during the party. We were like, we were a little, maybe that was not a good choice. Bastard Brothers, you and 39% of players decided to spy on your stepbrothers. I feel like that's, yeah. Investigation in Vargas, you and 63% of players have decided to send other agents to keep investigating. Okay. The Missing Spy, you and 35% of players have decided to trap the bandit. So I was in a small percentage for some of these. This is cool. And so Senstoria, was that just chapter 1? Are there multiple chapters? I'm gonna continue. I am on the mailing list. Guys, I am on the mailing list. If you guys... Yes! Oh my god. That was chapter 1 out of 10. Guys! There's 10 chapters! It took me 4 hours to get through chapter 1. I mean, fair enough streaming. If you're not streaming, you're just playing for yourself, you probably do it in half that time. But still! 10 fucking chapters! I'm so excited. Guys, they are on social media. You see the Twitter, you see the Tumblr, there's a mailing list, they're on Steam. I'm gonna give you guys, this is
the link to Steam for Imperial Grace. Please, 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 go download the demo. Play the demo, because there's a bunch of other things you can do. I started with diplomacy, so I had more points in that in the beginning, so I could do more diplomatic stuff. There's 3 other ones you could have chosen from. Character creation. I'll go to just chatting for this. Character creation. Allocating your resources can be done differently. Decisions can be done differently. Go, go, go. Check out the demo for yourself. Play it as you guys would play it. Wish list. Put it on your wish list for when it comes live on Steam, so that way you'll get notified and then you can get it. Because when this comes out, I'm going to be streaming this. This is going to be like the dating sim I play. It's like how I was crazy about When the Night Comes, and I played that like any chance I got that wasn't a Mass Effect. This is going to be that game when it comes out for me. So go, wishlist it, follow them on Twitter. Wait, hey. Wait, I'm going to give you guys that too, because I don't allow outside links, so I have to do everything, but it's fine. I will go get this. There's the Twitter for the game as well. Please, please, please go support them, follow them. I cannot wait for these updates. This, Sensoria, thank you so much. This game is great. I love the characters. I love all the little things. This is not a streamlined game. This is, you are working on this, you are learning about this character. Like, I don't know if me going to the library and talking to Theodore unlocked me talking to him in the gardens later, or if that was just a, hey, even if you romance this character, you're still going to get moments with these people. But that was really nice, that I can enjoy other characters even if I wasn't romancing them, kind of thing. I love When the Night Comes. That was my big thing. I was making relationships even if I wasn't romancing them. Allocating resources. If your mind is like, yo, I like taking care of things and like divvying it up and like all this detailed stuff, decision making, like, this game has a lot of aspects, and the aspects work together well, and they're well thought out. And I cannot stress this enough, there's 10 chapters coming. That's so much game. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. They'll be a little shorter though, since we have decided to have 5 scenes instead of 6 for each chapter. 5 is still a lot. That is, yeah. I think that is a necessary cut down for like time-wise of producing the game, but nothing that would be too crazy. Like, nobody's gonna be like, well, the first chapter was 6 and now it's like 2. Like, that sounds great. I have to go, but it was a pleasure to be here, truly. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm really glad that you enjoyed the stream, and I love this game. I'm super excited. Please give all my love and support to the other people working on it. And I wish you the best. I'll be in the Discord as well. So thank you so much. Guys. You as well. Sleep well. Thank you. I'm also gonna finish up in a minute, guys. Let's see. There were no clips tonight, but that's fine. I have some moments that I'm gonna go clip. As I said before, I'm tired, but I'm not sleepy. So what I'll do is I'll go take a shower. I'll come back, turn the lights off, because the light is what really gets me tired. And I'll find some clips and I'll do some editing and things like that. So you guys, thank you. Again, Sensoria, thank you for being here for so long. V, thank you for stopping by. I got confused Thursday for Tuesday because of the episode you're playing to. So like, oh, I'm so sorry, V. I'm the map. Super Unhappy Fun Time, thank you as well for being here. just, if you guys are lurking, I appreciate you. If you're chatting, I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Andromac, good morning. I'm so sorry. I'm actually about to go offline. I'm finding someone to raid right now. But we can talk while I find someone to raid. How is your morning? How was your night? Did you sleep well? Did you sleep well? What do we have? Imperial. Is anybody else playing this game? Nope, it's just me. Damn it. Is anyone playing When the Night Comes? I feel like I want to give all the love to the small games. Nobody? What's Adinian playing? Oh, Adinian's on. No problem, just checking my streamer friends. Been laying down still. Oh, nice. You know, guys, Adinian is live, playing something kind of also like fantasy. He's playing Crusader Kings 3. Let's go send you guys over to him. And they're Daddian? Is he a dad? It's been so long since I've seen him. So, still recuperating from my back surgery. Oh, so do you have any? Are you playing video games? Are you playing video games? Are you relaxed? SWTOR for me. Fair. I might do some editing, or I might, go play some Pokemon Arceus. I just got this today, so I'm really excited. But that's not that. Let's go. I'm gonna raid Dinian. You can only sit for short periods, so you have to stand. Oh, I thought like recovering from back surgery, you'd be laying down more. Or can you lay down and just not sit up for long periods of time? There's so many notifications. Oh. Someone visited my stream from Hover during during this. Okay, you guys. So, I'm going to send you over to Adinian. Tell him hi. I'm going to kind of raid and run. Because, again, kind of tired. But, we'll send that out. Will it work? Yeah, good. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it so much. I can't wait. Again, I can't wait for the whole game to come out. And when it does, I'll be streaming it. I will be streaming Sunday Mass Effect. We'll be doing some more Mass Effect on Sunday. So don't worry. I'll see you guys around. And with that, I hope you have a great day, night, wherever you are in the world. And I will see you on Sunday for Mass Effect 2. Bye, guys.